The time has come to unite the world under one nation. An 8-bit nation. A neon green nation. The CoCo Nation. The CoCo Nation Show, coming soon.
The CoCo Nation Show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCo Nation Show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCo Nation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCo Nation Show, episode 338. And from my dashboard here, I do show one viewer on Facebook.
Yeah, I just jumped in there and it let me in.
Okay, cool.
Oh, good. It fixed itself.
Maybe somehow accidentally it works.
First world problems.
Right.
All right. Let's see who we got on the show today. Oh, I forgot to push this button over here. There it is. There's the one I need. Okay. We got a big panel today. Let's see. First up, we got Rick Euland.
Hey, everyone.
All right. Next over, yours truly. Then we got Ron Delvo.
Hi, it's not Ron.
Okay.
Ron.
And next over, we got Not Ken Waters.
What? Huh? Ooh, where? What? I'm so confused.
All right. Next over, Mark Overhoser.
Hello there. Glad to be here.
And L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Okay. Brian Weasler.
Hello, and welcome to the show.
And Mikey Furman.
Hey, everybody.
And last row, we got Jason, the Coco Man.
Hello, everyone. I think it might be a long show, so I've come prepared.
All right. And we got Exile in Paradise.
Howdy, everyone. Welcome to the show.
Okay. And Nick Marentes.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to the show.
And last but not least, Bob Emery.
Hey, I took Nick's place today.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
And sneaking in into the absolutely last second, we got Loopy Malibu.
Greetings, all.
Okay.
I think he just came here to watch Bob solder.
That's it.
No,
Tips and tricks.
my son's working on his on a truck, and he's making a lot of noise just on the other side of the wall behind my PC. So I'm not going to be able to do a lot. I'll mostly be on mute and looking pretty.
Okay.
0 for 2. Keep going. No, I'm just kidding.
Let's see. In the chat, we've got Henry Garnhart, Sixy, Tom Eric Gunderson, J.E. Jones, 3141, and Wayne.
Wayne
And Curtis
Campbell.
Loopy.
Yep.
That's it so far. Let's see. And so far, we had one viewer on Facebook, but he
Yeah,
disappeared.
I'm gone.
Oh, well, you guys
I'm back
stay
on-
there.
Well, I'm back on Twitch because I've got things to do there.
Oh, Mark, but you
Okay.
got the private message from Mark Overholzer there in their chat.
No, I have not.
Says I'm not seeing a link to the CoCo Nation Facebook page for today's broadcast.
Because whenever I try to do it, it tells me no permissions.
Oh, we're not worthy.
Well, there's forms you have to fill out to get permission.
So I have not been able to create a event on Facebook. All the other events, the other channels seem to work fine, just not Facebook.
Normally, when we start streaming, it creates a notice on our main page on the CoCo Nation Show, but it's not there today.
Yeah, I think there's something broken in that link. I may just end up having to delete it and re-add Facebook.
There you go.
From Restream. So I think that may be the next thing I'm gonna have to do. But I may have to get Terry involved with that. So,
Okay.
all right. First up, Mikey, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Mikey was at an event last weekend, and he's got some stuff to talk about.
Yeah, I had no time to think about exactly what to say, so
Just wing
yeah.
It's just like the rest of us.
Right, wing it.
Well, when you ask for a time slot, you get one.
All right.
Careful what you wish for. Oh.
Is my screen up here?
Show
Yes.
report, Area Tandy Assembly Meetup 2023.
Yeah. So think you guys all know about the big Tandy assembly that's in Ohio. I personally just cannot justify flying, to Ohio and then driving. We'd have to go to Columbus, I think, and then drive down to Springfield, Ohio.
You go to Japan. It's a little farther away to go there.
There's a lot more interesting stuff for the XYL over there. XYL as in that's ham radio speak for used to be a young lady. As in my wife.
Are you saying she used to be a young lady?
Well,
now you're in trouble, Mikey.
See,
girlfriend.
See, that's why I never used that term, because I just knew that was bound to get me in trouble. I said,
That was the sound of somebody stepping into something, I think there.
I think so, yes.
You better stick to electronic impulses here.
So I've never been to a Tandy assembly. But when I saw I actually think I heard it from the news here, and then I went looking around for the announcement was actually this one here. This is what Arno posted. I'm like, well, I should probably go, since San Francisco is basically an hour drive for me, and sometimes we go there anyway, just for usually we go there for dim sum, cheap dim sum, tasty cheap dim sum. So I decided that I should sign up and go, and he asked if people wanted to give lightning talks. So of course I gave a little talk about flexing the color computer, since everybody else was talking about the model computers. So yeah, it was a pretty small event. This I'm showing here is on my webpage. This is the detailed write-up. I'm not going to sit here and read through it. Actually, I'm going to just switch to some pictures here. So it was a pretty small event. I think last picture here. Yeah. So there were, if you count, there are 14 people in this picture and one person. This particular picture, Arno. I don't think I have the one that has a picture of Arno, but
I was going to ask you, Mikey, because I remember Arno had said that they have a restriction how many people they can have there, and they actually quote unquote sold out, but then like half people didn't actually show up for the show.
Yeah, there were a good I don't know if it's in any of these. Sorry, I'm flipping through these quickly, but okay. So this picture is Arthur Gleckler, the author of Weird, which you guys talked about Weird sometime like a month or two ago, right?
Yeah, it's a Tier Same Model 1-3 game.
Yeah. So I guess the author is here in the San Francisco Bay Area. But if you look over his shoulder, you see that on the table there's all of the name badges. So there's about at least 10 to 15 name badges sitting there on the table of people that didn't show up. So
Would it be fair to just read them off now?
Blame. Shame, blame.
Yeah, shame them all.
Yeah.
And this is why airlines oversell.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hotels overbook.
So here I am talking to this is actually before the show actually started, but talking to some of the people.
Now, Mikey, did you actually take your CoCo down there? Because I did see a CoCo in one of the pictures. Was that yours or?
No, I didn't bring any. I didn't bring any hardware this time, because I was on vacation until about the middle of October, and I didn't really have that much time to. I didn't want to stress myself out. Um, we have enough. We have enough things going on with my day job. I just said, well, I'll just show up and give a talk. The
Okay,
only thing
fair.
only thing I brought was, you can see my in this picture, you can see my poster with all of the QR codes on it. And the same poster I brought to VCF West. So I didn't bring anything with me, but if they have the event again, I will, hopefully I'll have a little more time to prepare.
Okay, so so somebody else did bring a CoCo though, or was there more than one?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah, it's somebody else brought a CoCo 3 with an interesting monitor setup. It doesn't He had some kind of monitor that can actually do the 15 kilohertz RGB, and I don't have a good. There isn't a good picture of this one here, but he apparently, his monitor, since it can do regular RGB, there's no scan converter. It's pretty interesting. Guess it's an older monitor, but he didn't really show that much. Like, wasn't really showing a project. He just, I guess, just showed up and brought his CoCo, and just for fun, I think. Guy's name was Duncan. I don't remember the last name offhand. I hadn't don't remember me. It's this guy right here with the Sharp X 68,000 shirt. This is the guy here with this gray shirt, kind of next to me, or a little bit behind and next to me, that brought the CoCo. So
Yeah, I kind of wonder who that is, because I don't think it's anybody we know personally. You had never met him before at CoCo Fest?
No, not that I remember. So some of the this is not all of the exhibits that were there. This is just about half the table. But Arno, who's a professor at San Francisco State University and the host of the event, he brought his TRS-IO, which basically hooks an ESP module into Model 1, Model 3, Model 4. And they have software on that. You can do things like FTP, and it connects into the retro store. So he showed that board. And then right in the lower corner of this picture, you can see there's a little speaker sitting on the table. So this was Michael Vessel, and he has a card that hooks up to a Model 1 that's a speech synthesis board. It emulates the original, I guess they called it Talker 80, was what the original one was called. If I remember correctly, it's kind of like a box with this. I don't know if remember if it has a speaker or not, but it plugs into the back of the Model 1, and it has a speech synthesis board. So he has a modern version of that. And then one of these Model 100s here, the guy actually apparently changed the CPU to a normally it has a 8085 Intel CPU, but he replaced it with the Z80. And then after doing that, apparently you can get CPM to run on the thing. I'd never heard of that before, actually. That was interesting.
I haven't either.
I
Yeah.
like it.
CPM.
Model 100.
So it's kind of similar to, there was some Epson, one of those little Epson portable computers that they had way back in those days. There was some Epson computer that also had very similar LCD CMOS computer, battery powered, that ran CPM as well. So they did have a couple of portable CPM computers, but I've never seen it on a Model 100. I'll have to look at that. And then I don't remember what the other things are. And then Duncan's CoCo, who he was playing. What was he playing? He tried playing the Donkey Kong transcode and a few other, like he just played some games on it, basically was what he did. So any more pictures here? Okay, that's it for this set. There's one more set of pictures here. So this is this guy's named Lawrence. He has a pretty interesting website. It's called, I think it's called my-trs-80.com. I think that's the name of the website. And he's got all kinds of interesting stuff on there. He's actually got an emulator written in TypeScript for a model. Don't know if it's a 1 or 3. But you can basically, kind of similar to what we have for the color computer archive, where some of the games you can click a button and it runs XOR in your browser. You can run stuff. He's got an IDE. He's got all kinds of pretty interesting tools. It'd be interesting to do something similar for the CoCo. And we can run XOR in a browser. That's not that hard to do, but he actually has a whole IDE where you can do programming and it assembles and runs it. So it's a pretty convenient development environment, I think.
Can you even like save stuff locally? Like if you do use that to say program something, you want to keep a copy yourself?
I'm sure you can save it. I don't think it's tied only to the web by any means. I think you can save it and load the stuff back in. Basically the IDE, has a editor, assembler, and debugger, and the emulator all built into one. So apparently what he said was, when you're in the editor, when you're typing, every key you press, he said it actually reassembles the whole thing, because it and then loads it in the emulator. We found that pretty crazy, that the modern computer is so fast that it can assemble the whole program after pretty much every, I don't know if it's every key press or every time you push enter or whatever. He said it just assembles the whole thing and uploads it and restarts the emulator and it does it in milliseconds.
Wow.
That was pretty crazy. I mean, we have our modern computers are so fast compared to.
So does it do syntax checking then and tell you like you did a mistake here, so I can't assemble this or something?
He didn't really give a live demo of the IDE.
Because he's bothering to do that already, where he's assembling every instruction you do, then you could literally have it do syntax checking right off the bat.
I can see it already, the little rover dog in the corner saying, I fixed 17 syntax errors for you.
Actually, he's not facing, but in this picture, this guy with the white shirt here is Arnaud Poudre, the sponsor of the event. So there's and Arnaud is here facing. They have two of these group pictures. One Arnaud took, this one Sasha took the picture, and Arnaud is there. So this guy here with the green plaid on the left is Tim Mann, and Tim Mann wrote an early TRS-80 Model 1 emulator, XTRS. And then this is this guy's named Lawrence that has the IDE. There's Arthur again, and then the other presenter was in the back. Michael Vessel is back here. So yeah, it's a very small, basically very small, intimate event. It's a lot nicer actually than something like VCF, where there's hundreds or thousands of people and you can't move. You can actually have conversations with people and ask them. I think that's pretty much it for this set of pictures. So, and then I had one picture of my own, was this one, which is it's a little crooked, but a wide angle view of the entire room. So yeah, that was Tandy Assembly, Bay Area Tandy Assembly Meetup. was the name of the event. So
Now, did you talk to Arno near the end of the event? Like, does it sound like he thinks it's a success and wants to do another one, or have you got any indication of that so far?
he basically at the end, as I described in the write-up, at the end of the event, we all gathered back in a circle, and he basically got feedback from everybody, and it really sounds like the people that came, including me, I personally went to the Silicon Valley Color Computer Users Group back in the day. That was held at Dyson Corporation in Santa Clara, like Dyson floppy disks.
Okay.
Well, they had a lot, in their auditorium, they had sponsored a lot of users groups, including the Color Computer group and the Timex Sinclair group. Met in the Dyson auditorium. And I missed that kind of feeling of, kind of exactly the same as what we get at, well, it's a little bit different than CoCo Fest. It's just one evening, but you have a presentation, and then there's a little bit of business meeting or whatever, and then the rest of the time people just mill about and talk, mill about and talk about whatever. So I basically said, yeah, if you had another event, I would show up again. And most of the other people did. There was some comment that for some reason, a lot of people here on the West Coast don't know why they don't like coming to events. I don't think this in general, that comment really had anything to do with human malware. I think it's just a general thing. Some people like, like showing up and talking to people and meeting people and learning about their projects, and other people don't. But it really sounds like they're going to organize something in early 2024. And Arno asked whether we wanted to do a bigger show, and something more formal, like a more formal Tandy assembly. It takes a lot of time and effort to get everything set up. And the response to that was, yes, but this is just starting. This is the very first one. If it continues and it grows bigger and bigger, and there's more interest and more people show up, then probably after some time can think about having a more formal event. So it sounds like there's nothing scheduled, but the consensus of everybody was that, yeah, I think we want to meet again sometime next year and do something similar. So
okay, yeah, because Arno, I know when he was first talking about organizing this on the Tier City Discord a couple months ago, they were originally talking about doing Tandy Assembly West, and I think that's the long-term goal. But he said like that was too much for him to want to bite off on his first try, so he just wanted to do a quick little meeting, gather up, see what kind of interest there was, what kind of presentations would happen, that type of thing. So it sounds like it was basically a user group style meeting, as you were mentioning. And
right.
It's too bad that a bunch of people signed up didn't show up, though, because he was actually, like, you scanned the QR code, you went and signed up, and then once you hit the maximum allowed by the fire agency or whatever as to how many people you could have in the room at once, he had to cut it off. And I know some people had said, oh, shoot, I didn't get my name in time. And then half of them don't show up, so they could have gone, right, which is too bad. But
yeah. That does happen. So maybe.
And how did people react to your, like, I'm imagining most of these people are probably Model 1, 3, 4 type people, and not the CoCo people. How did they react to your Flex thing? What kind of questions did you get from them? What kind of reaction did you get?
I didn't talk about the lightning talk, but and I think I should probably we should probably wrap this up in the next couple of minutes here, just so that the show doesn't drag on. People were actually genuinely interested in my talk. They said it was pretty interesting. If you guys watched my YouTube video, my lightning talk was simply a summary of the Flexing the Color Computer project, how I got into Flex, about my restoration, and of course I go into all of the details in my videos. So it was just like a when I timed, it was about a 10-minute talk, but it came out about 13 minutes on YouTube because I don't if I really like the subject, really into the subject I'm presenting about, I don't even I start reading the slide and then I just go. And so I stay on the slides basically help me stay on topic so that I'm talking generally about what's on the slide. YouTube, I talked more about the video mode than I did in the real in-person talk.
Stay on target.
The flex video mode, but yeah, people were interested in it, and I should probably. It probably would have been good if I had a demo, like actually brought a machine with me, but I didn't want to. Since this was the first time for the event, I didn't have a whole lot of time. I wanted to keep it simple. So
how long did the meeting last? I think it was originally scheduled for 3 hours. Is that basically what happened, or did they go a bit longer because of talks and visiting and stuff? Or
there wasn't. Yeah, it was scheduled for 2 to 5 p.m. and we started a little bit late. I think Arno was waiting to see if more people showed up. And then there wasn't really a hard ending time.
And some of you went out for supper afterwards and kept the discussion going from what I read on your blog.
Right. So I had my talk. My lightning talk was the last one, so that was from roughly about 3:45 to 4, a couple minutes after 4.
Okay.
And then we had the conclusion, the feedback session. And then we were pretty much there talking, from 4 to 5 something, and then we helped shut down the, put the room back in the classroom. So the police officer who was walking around the campus, making sure everything is in order, she stopped by and said, "Hey, I didn't have you on my schedule," and she's like, "It's no problem. It's just can I lock?" She was basically asking, "Can I lock the exterior door?" And Arno said, "Sure, go ahead and lock it." So apparently there was no, we were there until after the feedback session. A couple people started to peel off because that was about 5 o'clock, and then we were there until almost 6:30 was when we actually left to go to dinner. So
okay, but it sounds like, aside from the size being smaller than expected because of all the no-shows, it sounds like it was a pretty successful event. And it does sound like you guys are planning, or maybe not, I say you guys, but Arno is planning on having another one next year, which would be really awesome too. So anybody in the San Francisco area, whenever they decided the next one is, should definitely pop by, you think, if you have a CoCo or any of the tier city interest, of any of the tier cities for that matter.
Yeah, and I'm probably going to bring some hardware. I should probably demo Flex and probably Nitrous 9, probably Nitrous 9 as well. Maybe I can give a lightning, if there are more lightning talks, maybe instead of talking about my project, I can talk about Curtis's project. But
just slam it.
Hey, maybe both running at the same time.
Right.
Yeah, we need to get Flex running as a task under Nitrous 9. That'd be awesome.
It could probably be done.
Level 2, you could do it, I think.
It just depends on where the kernel goes in the Nitrous 9 part goes in the memory map.
Yeah.
That would be the.
I'm not volunteering to write that, by the way, but it would be a cool project.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
I mean, the documentation is good enough. It would not be very hard to replace the disk driver and the file management system with OS9 calls. That would actually, and even the terminal, it would actually be a relatively easy thing to do.
Yeah, and it would shrink it actually, because you would need all that code right in the 64K workspace. You would just slam it off as an SWI2 call.
Yeah,
or series of them.
Oh, like I needed another project, huh?
What did I say?
Feature creep.
What did I start?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, thanks for talking about that. I could have read your blog. It's listed in the news, and it's in the news links if you download them off of Discord there for anybody who's catching this after the fact. But I thought it would be really good to get a firsthand experience from somebody who's actually there. Was there any questions from the panel about either the Flex Lightning Talk or the show itself here from the panel? And any questions from the chat? I haven't been able to monitor chat the last bit, so I didn't see if there's anything.
No, there's no questions in chat that I can see.
I do like the fact that you had a Z80 and it was running CPM on a Model 100 though. That's mind-boggling. I haven't heard that at all.
My last time I checked, my Model 100 still works, but I'm not going to go. I had to open it up to remove the battery when I repaired it last time, so I'm not going to open that up again unless I really need to.
Okay. And Nick Morendes, I wanted to ask you, because you were a tier setting Model 1-3 guy before you became a CoCo guy in the early 80s. Had you heard of or played the game Weird?
Yes, and it was very weird.
So appropriately named.
Yeah, well, it was distributed by Big Five Software. Towards the end, Big Five generally wrote their own games by, I think the guy was Bill Hogue. And they were all very good games. Anything from Big Five was generally regarded as a very good quality arcade game. But towards the end, he started to move away from the TRS-80 and he went over to the Atari, and he licensed, or he started carrying games from other authors, and Weird was, I think, the last one before Big Five moved away completely from the TRS-80. And yeah, it was weird. I didn't really like it myself. It was just too weird.
Now you know how we feel about Neutroid. Anyway,
I was going to
a lot weirder.
I was going to ask them to try to run Donut Dilemma, but I didn't get a chance. Like have Arno or somebody run Donut Dilemma on their machine.
That'd be a good one for the next one.
Yeah,
Nick can kind of cover several. You can have Donut Dilemma or Neutroid even on both the Model 1-3s and on the CoCos, and people can actually see the progression between the two. And since that other guy that brought his CoCo there seems to be a bit of a games player who's running transcodes, he could be the one to demonstrate the CoCo versions of those, so it doesn't tie up your system.
The timing should be okay for Australia too. So
yeah,
since it's a university campus, I did not put any of my devices on the Wi-Fi. I didn't have time, but I think most schools you can get on the public Wi-Fi, I think, or Arno can give you the access or whatever.
Yeah, because one thing I was a bit disappointed with it, I was hoping they would stream it.
Yeah,
just so some of us could catch it. Does that just come up the discussion on the after discussion at all, or?
It did not. So again, I thought about bringing my tripod and the extra phone, but I just wanted to keep it. I barely left in time to get there early. Like you guys were doing the news about 12:30, I think, here, and I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna get to San Francisco by 1:30, I gotta leave now. So.
Okay, well that's cool. I'm glad that there's another version of that show going on the West Coast, because as you mentioned, just going to Springfield is a bit of a pain in the ass because you have to fly. There's no real airport in Springfield itself, so then you have to take an Uber or taxi or whatever and drive to a different town from where you landed to attend the show. And the hotels tend to be really expensive in Springfield too. I think they're like $200 plus a night or something like that. Like they're not cheap. They're quite a bit more expensive than say Chicago for CoCo Fest or VCF is. So it's not a cheap trip.
If they have it at Tandy Assembly, I thought they had it at the Marriott Courtyard Hotel. That's a more upscale brand name.
Yeah,
and CoCo Fest was always at Fairfield Inn. That's the more that's the middle tier, so it's a little cheaper.
Well, it's even more expensive to stay at hotels. So if you don't stay at that hotel, even the other hotels in the area are more expensive because it is a small town and there's not a lot of competition. So
And the people that stay there are more business travelers versus, entertainment or vacation.
Oh, okay. See, that's the opposite. Like small towns here, you can get a room for like $40 a night. Like it's super cheap because they're trying to attract anybody to come in. So I guess it just works differently.
there's not a lot of options there either. It's pretty small.
So bring a camper.
So
tent. It's park on the front lawn or something.
Right. I mean, you're going for a business convention center vibe in a small town. That's where the money comes in because everyone's business travel, business expense. We don't care what it costs.
Yeah, that's true.
We're in Springfield. They have the conference room. So yeah, it's kind of, you're stuck because there's not a good convention center in your $40 room.
No, you barely got a restaurant if you're lucky.
Meet in a restaurant, but they'll kick us out in an hour.
I
Like
definitely
the,
want to pay
Co-
more than $40 for a room.
The CoCo Fest at the Holiday Inn that was barely held
Elgin?
together with
with drywall
stucco
mud
or
and-
whatever.
Yeah.
Our room
Yeah, we-
sucked. When
CoCo
we
Fest
went
has
that
a
year.
better Holiday Inn now. So
Yes,
that-
we do.
Okay, well, thank you, Mikey. I didn't see any other thing in chat here, but really asking any questions or anything. So we will be covering these two things, both the Tandy Assembly review that Mikey did, as well as his lightning talk. I'll cover that on the news, and if you're on the Discord, you can go into the news listings that are in the news channel, and you can actually grab the links and go to them directly, and you can watch the video and read the blog.
I think I posted the links in the Tandy Assembly Discord channel, the direct links to the web page and the video in there as well, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Don't remember how much spamming I did this time. All right.
It was cool. You got to go down there. So thanks for coming by and telling us about it and giving us a firsthand perspective.
Thanks for convincing me to come on here.
Yeah, then I added that extra project for you.
Right.
All right.
Mission accomplished.
Update us anytime. Yeah.
Well, next up, let's see what Bob is doing.
My mic working?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Well,
So those of you who've been watching the stream so far, you probably noticed in a little corner of the screen here, there's been a guy soldering on a white circuit board. Bob, do you want to explain to everybody that's viewing and watching, what exactly are you doing?
so basically, I am building the world's first color computer 3 entirely from new parts. In other words, no color computers will die to make this live. The main thing that makes it possible is the fact that I have the GimeX now. So everything else is pretty much commonly available parts. 6309s are still made. PIAs can be found. Memory chips, everything but the Gimme. And the GimeX is out there, so we know that it's possible. So somebody will make a new one eventually. And this is basically Rocky Hill's work coming to life here. He's done a nice job with this board. I'm really glad that he's got not just the resistor nomenclature reference, but the actual values on the board. Makes it a lot easier to verify what I'm doing as I go. I'm going to switch my screen here to my desktop. So you can see I'm using Rocky's online CoCo 3 bill of materials as I go. And it's pretty neat because as you hover over something, it shows you exactly where they go on the board. Then I can check the box as they're placed. So all the green stuff is placed. Place that and that. And
That's cool. It's got a built-in checklist.
yeah, that helps. You can use that to order directly from DigiKey, I believe. Most of the parts, not everything is available there, but.
And you don't have to scan from the top left to the bottom right looking for R17.
Right.
It highlights it for you.
Kind of come over here, figure out where that one goes. Yeah.
I just want to mention, Bob, Chad in the chat here. He's mentioned that you sound fine on your stream, but you're a little bit muffled coming through in here. I'm not sure what's causing that, but you're going to keep the stream going throughout the show and probably past that, right? Or have you?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to go through and do the entire board today, but I'm gonna at least try and get all the resistors in for today and maybe some sockets or capacitors.
And do you have a schedule you're kind of following? Like, are you doing this every day or every second day or once a week, or how are you do planning?
No particular schedule, just working until I don't feel like working anymore.
That sounds like retirement.
Yeah. Well, and it was
Yeah, keep it fun.
yeah, quite a bit of cabling setting up the multicam setup here today. So. And it's still, obviously, I'm not quite right. It's always fun when you're sharing your desktop and can't figure out which mouse is the right one.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
I was grabbing the wrong mouse here.
The board that you have is a Rev 110, Rev 1.1.0, but the website says Rev 1.2.0. Is there some sort of difference that is highlighted that that you need to be aware
what
of?
he's been doing is going through and trying to make it more like Tandy's original. So maybe rerouting some of the auto routed stuff. But I have actually noticed like one resistor slightly out of sync with where it shows up on the bill of materials here.
Okay. Yeah, that's
But-
what I was wondering, is if there was a trap waiting somewhere.
Yeah, luckily everything is labeled pretty clearly on the board. So even in that case, it was obvious, you know, where it needed to go.
So I'm trying to remember, has Pedro himself put one of these boards together and verified it works, or are you the first person that's actually going through the whole thing from scratch?
I'm not sure if he has built one for the CoCo 3. I'm pretty sure he's built CoCo 2s. And he is actually working, he has a new version of this board coming out, a purple version. And I will be ordering one of those from him as well, because who doesn't want a purple board?
And you're planning on doing some summary videos of this too for your channel too, correct?
Yeah, I'm actually recording my overhead camera directly as well as an over the shoulder. So I'll kind of do a time lapse of this probably.
Okay. Any questions from the panel or from the chat here on this project that Bob's working on? We will be popping to him occasionally as the show goes on, just to see how he's doing. And it sounds like if you want to get slightly clearer audio from Bob there, maybe just, nip into his stream for a little bit and take a listen there.
So
Him
are
on
you
Sacre
having
Town.
fun with it, Bob?
So far, yeah, I love soldering. The only not fun part is trying to figure out where the hell I put my 2K resistors.
Uh-oh.
That is the point behind all electronics hobbyism, is where did I put the insert thing here?
I do have one question. Are GimeXs becoming available again, or is what's up with Ed Snyder these days? I know he's dribbling a few things out here and there.
No, it's not available again yet. The chip that it's using did have a couple batches that came out. The price is still triple or whatever higher than it was before the plague hit. I'm not sure. Nobody's really heard from it as far as, what his plans are. Like there's a possibility maybe you could maybe change the chip, but that might take some reprogramming, redesign, etc. Or if maybe he's waiting to see if they continue to come down price and continue to get manufactured in bigger bulk so that people can actually get them. Because the last batch they put up was sold out like within a day, and that's with a ton of people on waiting orders too. So no real progress to say except that the chips finally became available again for the first time in a year and a half, fairly recently at a much increased cost.
And I
It
think
should
Alan-
not be very hard
yeah, I
to
think Alan at
change.
AC's 8-bit zone is trying to do a new version of one.
Hmm.
Right, but the problem is we're all fighting over one Atmel product or another. So
Yeah, because
Yeah.
CoCo VGA is
Altera.
using the same chip and it's got the same issue. So
I think he
so,
uses
yeah.
Altera,
Okay,
which
well,
is Intel right now.
in any case, any alternative is just as hard to difficult to find as the one that you've got now. So why do the effort?
well,
maybe
from
get
looking
one
in the
that then-
Discord, because I asked Gary Becker about this, and then there's a discussion on some of these chips here, but there are some alternative chips apparently that aren't as hard to get right now and are at still decent prices. Now,
Yeah.
how much retooling you have to do on the board, et cetera, to get those to work, I have no idea how much reprogramming. The one I saw mentioned that was only like $12 a chip instead of 30 or 40 that the current one's going for. I think they mentioned it had half the RAM of the one that's used in the current GimeX, but everything else is pretty well the same, if I understood it right. I'm not a hardware guy, but it sounds like there are some possible alternatives, but some compromises may need to be made, or the price might have to go up.
Yeah,
Also,
it's-
too, the male connector for the gimme that would, you know, allow you to take that board and go in, from what I understand, is not a cheap item either. I've seen prices like $20 and $35 just for the socket. Not the socket that it'd be the male version of the socket to go in, you know, that allow the board to go into the gimme. So you look at a single chip and a single socket, you already got $50 wrapped up in the project, and you haven't even started
Done the
anything else.
project yet.
I think Ed Snyder made his own connector for the male
He
socket.
did. He did, because the socket itself, the manufactured socket, was so expensive, and so I think he looked at an alternative, a 3D printed one. But so
yeah,
I guess the other alternative is if you get Pedro to design a new version of the CoCo 3 motherboard that kind of bypasses that, and
Or
maybe-
just use a different socket system.
yeah, well, that's what I'm kind of getting at. Like you could plug in the whatever you said the chip is from Intel directly into the board rather than trying to adapt it to fit in the gimme.
so it'd be
If you-
more like a surface mount solder.
Right? Could you get
those
four
are going to be
headers?
these days? Those are going to be BGA chips, ball grid array. There are no pins on like sticking out of the sides. It just has little pads on the bottom with solder balls. But those
Well,
are
you take-
absolutely not that hard to solder. But it does
Right,
take some
but-
practice.
I think your
But
best
go ahead.
best alternative would be a through pin socket to put in the CoCo motherboard. Desolder the gimme socket and put some adapter that you made into that point.
Yeah, like straight headers or something.
Exactly. But even that's a pain.
Right.
Yeah.
And that would be nice, but I think and I'm making an obvious statement here, but I think the initial intent is that you could pop out the gimme and pop this in and be going.
Right.
Right. Does anyone know exactly which chip it is that he would be needing?
You mean the FPGA?
Yeah.
It was what I
Was it-
remember was it was some kind of Altera Cyclone,
Was it
Cyclone
Cyclone
5
4?
or something, and those are older chips now.
Yeah,
And-
Right.
the model number of the chip is on the Discord.
Okay, I have to look because I have.
The same one as the CoCo VGA.
Yeah, that's a Cyclone 4 or 5 or something like that. Those are older chips now, and if the primary business for FPGAs these days is, automotive or other applications, they're probably going to use a little bit newer chips than ones that are like 10 years old.
Well,
So
equipment that I work on at work used Cyclone 2s and 5s. And I could scare some up.
This is kind of sad, like that old product I had that used the 16550. If nothing had ever happened to make it unavailable, it would probably still be available today. Just kind of cranking along on the old tooling forever. But because it
Yeah.
had to be replaced a couple of years ago, it's never coming back because everyone's already replaced it. And so,
who needs a serial when you have Ethernet?
well, yeah, but it's the same problem. The old these old chips would still be made today if they'd never stopped making them. But now that they've stopped making them,
Yeah.
they're being replaced with something.
It's an Altera Cyclone 4, it looks like.
Okay.
So the one that you didn't mention, perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Gary had a very interesting observation on the Discord this week that if it becomes required or possible to redesign, that he would like looking at a Xilinx FPGA chip, which is kind of like the other major strain of FPGAs next
Yeah,
to the
I've
Alteras.
seen them things everywhere.
Well, apparently they're still expensive, but they're available, but they're a bit more expensive still, and the lots are smaller. So it's still
Yeah, it
just
keeps the
kind of
price
rocky
high.
times for them as well. But I think that would be interesting if there was a way. I mean, if we have to go through the effort, then if there's a way to make it, future proof somewhat, you need this much minimum, and here's how you could adapt it up to anything else that becomes available down the line.
It's really not very difficult to once you have the Verilog or VHDL design. It's really not very difficult to port it to a different one. The primary thing that you have to deal with, and I have done this on some projects. I've ported a couple different projects to the since I have the DE1 and DE2 boards, I've ported other projects to those boards, and really kind of all I had to do was go in and change where all the pins went. Where's the PS2 keyboard connector? Where's the VGA output? Where's the serial port? Where does this thing go? Where does the you just change where all the pins are in the code, and it's relatively easy to port things. Now there are problems like timing, and there might be different RAM, or if we're talking about a simple 6809 computer, well, that's not really that big of a deal. If it's more complicated, then it would get, you have a lot more issues. But
I'd say the GIME probably is more complicated than the 6809.
Yeah. Plus, it
Okay,
probably runs
cool.
at higher clock speed.
Yeah,
So
well, he's got the 2.86 megahertz option, where if you have static RAM upgrades in there, where he doesn't have to do dynamic RAM refresh cycles, it actually steals that back for the CPU, and that's how it runs at almost 3 megahertz.
yeah, but the video is 3.58 whatever megahertz, and
Yeah.
all that processing has to be has to be
You have to
done.
divide it down for H sync and V sync and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But that's the base clock. Yeah.
Asparagus.
No, there's no asparagus in the GimeX at all.
Curtis, did you say this? Curtis, did you say it was the Cycle and Floor or 4?
Yes.
Oh, well, why didn't you guys say so? I got a whole box of them. So.
Don't you
Don't
mean
let
you
those
have a whole
things-
truckload?
Don't let those things loose. It might suck up all of the CoCos in the world.
Oh,
This is-
yeah.
So, Brian, you had something that dovetailed into this?
Apparently, he's got GimeX's in the way up here.
So anyway,
you're up.
Okay. So a while back, I had shared some stuff from a George Betha, I think is how his name's pronounced. I think some of you guys probably remember him from some CoCo Fest in times past.
Yeah, I do.
And I had stayed in touch with his niece since his passing and everything, and we were chatting. Well, she kind of reached out to me here and wondered if I'd be interested in some stuff here. And so I'll go ahead and start sharing what I have here, and we can kind of talk as we go. Looking forward to everybody's input on what some of this stuff is. I mean, I can look it up. I just haven't had a chance, so it'll make sense here in a moment. But the first thing I'll show here when I switch the camera. Here we go. Nope, not that. Wrong one.
That would be
There.
no signal.
There we go. So one of the first things that she had there, and this doesn't exactly time in though, but this was a mouse pad from one of the CoCo Fest, the 16th annual last CoCo Fest. I just wanted to show that one real quick there. So was anybody at the 16th annual?
This is not when I was there. I went up till I think 2003, and then I didn't show up again till like 2016. So
Okay.
I missed this one.
Okay. Well, that was the first thing I wanted to show there. Okay, so one thing I'll share is in talking to her, George was an electrical engineer, and some of this stuff's going to make sense here in a second when you see some of the things. So I hope some of this focuses here. So what she had was a whole bunch of a whole box full of chips that he had. And is this coming through okay here for you guys?
Yeah, I see 6821. So PIAs.
Yeah, here's a sleeve of there was 3 6821s in here, and we all know what that does there. That's in the CoCo. Okay, the next thing here was a sleeve that was labeled RS DOS, and I think, and some of you hardware guys there, Rick and Mark. Let me see if I can zoom in here. So I apologize. My camera just doesn't seem to be wanting to focus like it was before. So hopefully these kind of come in okay here for us.
It might not like that blue background. Oh, there you go.
Is that coming into focus for you guys? Now,
yeah,
Mark, or do you know, like, was this something like, would this come from Radio Shack this way? Looking at the number, it's a 26 dash, and they had like 33, 34 on it. You know, that, I mean, with the ROM, the way they labeled it like that, would have come.
I don't recognize it. Usually if you had a replacement ROM, it was still a mask ROM.
Okay.
But I don't remember anything for the CoCo 3.
Somebody just maybe had a nice labeler and they just did their own.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was thinking too, is that he just burned his own ROMs and labeled them this way with dates on them or
part numbers.
Yeah.
It looks like
The one that I can see, the 263133, that's an FD502.
That makes sense.
Oh, okay. So pick through here and you can put together your whole CoCo out of custom ROMs.
And that would make sense because here I can show you this next. Here's another sleeve right here, and it's actually labeled FD502. And I don't know how many of them are programmed, but you can see here. Whoops.
Well, the label that's on there that says the on the label on the sleeve that you've just pulled away.
Yep.
On down there. So that kind of looks like a Radio Shack labeling.
Yeah, and I have a few more here that has this labeling here, and you know, like he might have ordered this part from Radio Shack, and this is how they would have shipped it. So there are here's some other chips that are here.
There's some proper ones. Yeah.
1773. That's a disc controller. Then the later
one. Yeah.
The rest are just regular ROMs that are in here that don't have any sticker over them. So
programmed either.
Yep.
Hopefully the bits didn't fall out.
Right.
It might not have been any there to lose.
Oh, they just wandered around a little.
Yeah. Let's see here. Just try to keep this in order here myself a little bit here. Go here.
Okay.
There we are. Let me slide these back into the sleeve here.
And that MX number that was on the other sleeve, what was that?
MX 6429.
Okay.
The main clock crystal for CoCo 3.
The 28, yep, 63.
Yep. That's the one that Bill and I took out of our CoCo 3 at work and put a 32 megahertz to overclock it. Of course, you know, cassette became incompatible, etc. But it was a work machine, so we didn't care.
Right. Okay, so I'll go on here. I know Mark's looking up something there. So then there's also several sleeves here of processors. So here's a 6309 here. Here's a sleeve with a single 6809. Let me back the camera up just a little bit here. There we are. So you can't quite read the number though, because I know the holes, but it's just a 6809. Here's a sleeve of 4 6309s. That was.
Do you know if they're B's or C's or which version?
Whoops, upside down here. So we have the HD 63B09 EP.
Okay, that's the 2 megahertz rated ones then.
HD 63B09. Yeah, they're all the same.
Okay. That 3 megahertz mode I was mentioning on the GiME probably would be better with a C, even though most of the B's can overclock fairly well.
And then here's a sleeve of here's a sleeve of 9 63 or 6809s here. Whole brand new sleeve. So I'm not sure where, like if you got some of this from Radio Shack or where he got it all. She's unsure. It was just in a whole box of stuff there that she asked me if I was interested in.
Well, those are ST bands, so probably not Radio Shack.
Correct. Yep. I would agree with you there.
Well, Radio Shack would have pushed more of the Motorola ones.
Yeah. And I think these have the logo. Yeah. It's kind of that bullseye logo right here.
Hitachi.
Is that
Hitachi,
Hitachi?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a Hitachi logo.
Okay. So let's see. Let me grab the next group of stuff here. So some of this here, and I think this is what you're referring to here, Mark. So, and this actually has his name on it. So this here is a 74 LS30.
Uh-huh.
And you can see it has like the Radio Shack, like he would have ordered it, even had like his name right here. Like he would have ordered the part and they would have came in to a Radio Shack store or something like that and he would have picked it up.
Yeah, the part number's not right though. Radio Shack typically had either MX or AMX prefix on ICs.
Okay. Is this something maybe he might have ordered from electrical supply place and they would have shipped it this way maybe then?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
In fact, it's since I'm here, LS30.
Here's a couple more.
Yeah,
see
the
here he wrote it-
LS30 didn't have an MX number on it.
Okay. So this here says S74 LS30 and it has part
7264.
number equals MX7264. I was going to go grab some of the service manuals and start comparing what some of these went to.
Yeah, I'm actually poking through the CoCo 3 manual now. So the LS30, which is a 8-in-1 NAND gate, doesn't have an MX number associated with it, at least on this manual.
Maybe it's a CoCo 1 and 2 part or something, or from a disk controller or some other hardware piece.
But like the GIME chip is actually a MX7263. No, I'm sorry, MX7259 is like the GIME chip.
Oh boy, I really can't even read this number here. These are. Whew.
I picked the best times to wander away. The 74
I know.
LS30 is just the cheapest chips NAND gate. Tandy stuck. They're in multi-packs and everything else. Tandy just bought whatever was cheap that week. It's a common chip.
This one here is a 74 LS 244.
Okay,
74 LS
buffer chip.
244.
Buffer, yeah.
Yep.
That's an AMX 3864.
And we have here a 74 LS 138. Little sleeve of those.
Cool. I could use all those, by the way. They fit right in breadboards. I need them.
74 LS 748.
That's a little different.
Tri-State? Gee, I don't remember.
I don't know.
74 LS 240. Little sleeve of those
that's
here.
pretty common.
Here's another little sleeve of boy, I can't focus here on this one. It's an NEC chip here. I guess I can probably take it out of the sleeve.
RAM. It's got to be RAM.
The sleeves look a little yellowed.
Yeah.
What don't?
Right?
That means it's vintage.
That's right.
That's why I'm yellowed. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's it.
Let me see if I can get this.
I thought it was
Might be the
jaundice.
coffee.
You're gonna focus? Come on, focus.
Well, that camera doesn't like anything.
No, not
No.
today. Usually it's working really well for me.
Does
I
it have
think
a
this
manual
camera-
focus mode or is it only automatic?
It's supposed to be automatic here.
I know
guess
it's
the
supposed to be,
camera's
but is
seen
there a
the
manual
show.
override you can do to?
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
Do you need
Today's
a white background?
presentation brought to you in blurry vision.
Sorry, guys.
Halo vision.
So I can kind of trick it a little bit and
I wonder if a
Stick it
white
in your
background will
hand.
help.
If you put it in the palm of your hand and have your palm in the field of view, would that work?
Yeah, that usually helps.
Little picture of your face.
Well, not it needs the extra contrast. The chip's too small. Lay it in your hand, and it'll focus on it.
White didn't help.
Now we have a
Okay.
blurry hand. All right.
Yeah, there it goes.
Oh,
Let's
there we
try
go.
it. It wants to.
Almost.
What's weird is the camera's at 90 degrees of where I'm at, so.
Oh, well.
I guess you
Anyway,
just have to read the number.
It's a NEC, it's a 6819, FUO 96, D 4125 or D 41256.
RAM chip.
15.
That's what I thought.
41, yeah, 256K RAM chip, probably 150 nanosecond or 120, the dash 12 or 15 at the end of it.
Okay.
It's just an odd brand name, so they got a weird number.
Yeah.
No,
They did it like
NEC.
a-
NEC would probably be, he said D 41256. I said, I already knew it was an NEC part, even from the
Okay.
blurry vision.
Let's see here.
That's impressive, Mikey.
It's the blurry chip identification.
That's one of them fuzzy logic
challenge.
chips, I think.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Okay. Let's see here. Let me grab the
With
next
the
thing
speck
here.
of dust on there, they can get just perfect.
Fuzzy chip challenge.
These here say it's a DM 7416.
National Semiconductor.
Yeah.
7416s.
Some gates.
A
A
crappy
gate of
RAM.
some sort.
7416 is yeah, what is it?
Don't ask me.
Dual 4 input NAND or something?
This is a 74 HC 133.
X inverter. Geez, I'm old.
Today on Name That Chip.
Oh boy, this is the printing on these is really light. Okay.
Oh yeah, 7416. That's the chip that blows up in your disk controller if you unplug the drives when the
These
controllers
are
the buffered cable driver.
Yeah.
Okay.
These are just a 7400 here is what these are. Kind of hard to see on the more blurry vision, but 7400s.
You mean 7400?
Yes.
Yeah.
Here we have some 74 LS 14s. Boy, it is just not happy today when it comes to this focusing. Gosh darn it. Wish these would have focused a little bit better because I really wanted to show you guys some things here.
Well,
Yeah, I was
you
just
got it
wondering
for a
if that-
second there.
All
You need
blue
a-
background.
Yeah, you need a background with the pattern in it, like a mouse, one of those fancy desktop mouse pads.
Or your
something.
desk.
I should just go to my desk right
Oh
here.
yeah, there you go. Let it focus on the wood grain. There you hey.
Hey, it did.
There it
It
goes.
worked.
Signetics or something like that, I think.
Yeah.
These are 74 LS 14s is what this is here. I want to get back a little bit further. There we go. Okay. So then let's see, what do we have here? Here's a little sleeve here that just has some 8718s, 8718Es, E7. Oh, these are just some different ROMs or?
That was the date code you gave us, 1987.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, you need the big long number that you don't want to read.
There's no, I don't think there's any way for us to know what that really is.
Yeah.
What's the label on the outside of the box say? Oh,
Aristos.
One NEC 41256.
I wonder if they are flash ROMs.
Yeah, there might be a one-shot ROM called a prom.
Okay. And I can certainly try to put them in my reader and see what.
Right.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't think the box is helping. I think it's been repurposed.
Those are static RAMs.
That's kind of what I thought too.
These are some. These are 41, 46 or 464s.
Yeah.
41,
Oh, 44 64s.
1 bit by 64.
It says 128K RAM chips on the outside, but
No.
That's probably
but-
pulled. Oh no, actually no. The 128. Well, 120
That's
would
got-
be 16 chips, wouldn't it?
Well, they got those have extra. Those are 18 pins. So are they 44 64s?
it just says KM 41464. P.
Those are
Yeah.
64K by 4-bit.
61K by 4.
Oh, so that's like the four
Yeah,
chips in a
Coco
128K
two, yeah.
CoCo 3 then.
Yes,
Yes.
the
Yeah.
stock ones.
Or the pair of them that are
They
in those.
probably- They
So
probably,
later CoCo 2s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, they probably came out of a CoCo 3.
And that's a cassette box, isn't it?
I'm not sure. Yeah, exactly what. I think. Yeah.
It's a cassette box. With some-
Yeah, it's one of those cassette mailers. The,
Yeah.
the plastic ones. I have a whole
Boy, I
package.
am
over here.
old.
Got a quick question from Wayne Campbell in the chat. He said, what does the P in 63B09EP stand for?
Plastic package.
There you go,
Versus-
Wayne.
Versus ceramic or
Plastic
some other
package.
material.
Those are
EEPROMs.
2810 dip ICs.
Wow, there's some insight.
Yeah, these just, they just say RGB DOS is what they say on the outside here.
Okay.
Okay, that's Roger Krupski's DOS for probably his SCSI controller for the CoCo, I would guess.
Oh, come on. No one's going to call me on that.
And then we had a little, just a
They're ceramics.
little envelope here of some various size sockets.
Good world.
Ew.
Yep. And then just more sockets. Here's a whole wedge of them all. Looks like what, 5 of them, 6 of them all kind of swooshed together. Unfortunately, the pins on the bottom one got a little bent from packaging.
That's why you swish them together.
And then I really won't need to take them out of the bag here, but this is just a bag full of various size capacitors and stuff that are in here. So a nice little set of that stuff. And then here's the next two things are the part. I'm just going to say what's the expression? Fiat or resistance, or the I can't.
Piece de la resistance.
Piece de la resistance. Okay, so this is an MX6201. I got 3 of them. This is the salt chip.
Oh, okay.
New ones.
Brand new salt chips.
Find those
3 of
again.
them.
New old stock. Awesome.
Now we know who to write to.
$3.38. I'll take them.
Right.
Yeah, you're committed now. You showed the price there, Brian.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no getting away. No getting away from that. And then
Hey, that was $1980.
Okay. $5, $6.
And 3 guesses as to what these are.
Mine.
Mine.
This is 3 brand new gimme chips in the sleeve right
Are they
here.
all 87s? I can't quite read the date.
These are all 87s. Yes, they are.
That's
Wow.
why. That's why Rick said, "Gimme, gimme, gimme."
And I have tested them. I have tested them and they all work. I popped them into CoCo's.
That was one of your
So-
better dad jokes, Jason.
I do what I can.
So I was really excited, but when I saw this, because I didn't even really realize these were in there until I got the box. So the salt chips and these gimmies were nice little.
So basically, you got three of unobtainium.
Right. 3 new CoCos from.
So basically, you have to order 3 of those boards Bob's working on right now because you're ready to go.
I got sockets, I got chips, and I
got
got
the
whole,
salts and the
kit.
gimmies and the CPUs and the
Right.
RAM and yeah, just
Does anybody have any idea what a B might have been? There was a little B, a little sticker with a B written in it. Anybody have idea what that might have meant? At first,
Send
when
them to
I
me.
saw 'em-
I'll find out.
over.
Just send them all to me.
At first, I thought maybe somebody tested these and these were bad gimme chips that came out, and somebody swapped them out for good ones. But I've read them
Right.
all. and they all seem to
It's fairly obvious what the sticker B was for, was that they're now for Brian.
oh, they're
Right.
Brian's, yeah.
They're Brian's, right.
Or they're badass chips, one of the two.
They're
chips there.
bad. They're bad
You know-
chips. You need to send them to me for thorough
Testing.
going over.
Troubleshooting,
Testing, yeah.
diagnostic,
It
yeah.
is.
But all
It is
3 of
in-
them seem to have a different silk screening.
Yeah, they come from different places.
60 in the chat. Karen, he's saying Tandy loved to call things B for no apparent reason.
I did notice Tandy does use those like hole punch stickers to mark chips with. They used to use them to mark like upgraded multi-pack PALs. They just like those little rounds. It looked like they punched stickers out of with a hole punch.
Sometimes different colors.
Yeah.
And you got them made from all over the place. You've got Korea, you've got Mexico. What does the far left one say?
This one here, this says Korea.
Yeah, the one on each end looked identical.
2 Koreas and a Mexico.
But it looks like they're all the same manufacturer, right?
Well, they came out of 2 different plants.
Right.
Different plants, but
same logo, just
same.
Yeah, and that's
manufacturer
VLSI's logo, isn't it? Or am I remembering that wrong?
Yeah, it should be.
VTI.
No, I don't think it's.
I don't think it's VLSI. I think it's like VTI or something like that.
You see the Tandy Corporation on the middle one.
This one here, yeah, the TC.
Definitely can.
It's VLSI. Sorry.
See.
That's what I thought.
Okay, that was a nice little find in there.
Yes, it was.
And then let's see here. Let me back up just a little bit here. Then this was also in there, and I haven't been able to identify who made this.
Ooh,
it was a memory upgrade.
New 256s.
Now let me back up just a little bit here, and I'll show. Whoops! I keep pressing the wrong button on the camera. So there's this one here. This was in there. Now here's this one here. What's that?
Is that one of the early Cloud9s?
That's what I was thinking too.
Well, I'm wondering because here's a Cloud9 that maybe you guys have seen before.
Yeah, I had one of those.
Yeah, I think we had one of those the last CoCo Fest auction.
Yep, and this might be the one. I bid on that and I bought that one. So
okay, so
you can see the Cloud9 right here.
Yeah,
and you can see. Go ahead.
And I actually took that and showed it to Mark.
Mark, okay.
And just to jog some old memories, says, "Hey, we got one of these. Remember this?"
So you see here's the long row of pins right here, and here's the short row of pins. So this would have sat in here in this little notch right here. This is where the RF box would have been on the CoCo, right? As it sat in there. Now this one here, you can see the long row of pins is right here in the short row. So this would set like this around the RF box. The RF box would have sat right here then. Whoops, boy, I'm just not, there we are.
Actually, I think the RF box is on the other cutout.
No, it's right here. I'll show you here in a second. Let me do this.
Yeah. I could be backwards.
No, that's fine. Let me do this here as a perspective. So here's yet another similar,
My CoCo still has screws in it, so
let me take the top off this guy here.
How do you have a CoCo with screws in it?
Yeah, what is that? I don't understand.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so you can see this one here looks a lot like the one that I showed.
Okay.
So here's a Cloud9 right here, and you can see how its profile looks very similar. Now this one here does not say Cloud9 right here, and it doesn't have any markings on it as well. But you can see the socket's a little different, where these are laying down, these are upright. But
I know Paul Barton made a few 512K boards himself with Sims early on, and then some of them I think had to use 8-chip Sims, and others could use 8 or 9, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Are there really any differences, or is it just the lay down sockets are throwing off the perspective?
So
like if
these traces right here, they're not on here. This is mostly
small differences.
Yeah, so the footprint of the circuit board's the same, but the traces are different.
Maybe it's a Canadian knockoff.
And so as a perspective, let me set this right here. Here's the one that was in with the stuff that I was just sharing. It would set like this as far as how it would plug in. So like I said, I just haven't been able to identify this one, and this one here.
That's an 8-chip Sim version, not a 9.
One last question for you, Brian. If you flip over the lower one, the other brown one.
This one?
What do the traces on the bottom of that look like? Nothing. Wow, that's way different.
Oh yeah, they're there.
Yeah, they're there.
Okay, I just want to catch them. But it's like, did they just put the bottom on the top of the 2 different brown boards we're looking at there?
Like flip the layers.
Yeah, is that just
from the bottom to the top?
Of that.
Yeah, this one here, I know it's not seated in there very, very tightly, so I can take. So here's this one here.
That one's more complicated by far.
Yeah.
So someone did some simplification, but okay, cool.
We should maybe ask Mark at some point, how many revisions of that board did he make? He
Yeah,
might have, relayed it out.
I thought about
It
maybe
might-
taking some pictures and try to email him or something, and or maybe even just bring this to the fest next year, and maybe he might,
Right.
like you said, maybe they had different versions of the board, and it wasn't until this one here that he actually decided to put some
Put his
logoing
name
on
on
there.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember, there's the 8-pin or the 8-chip versions of the 9-chip, and the 9-chip had the ECC error correcting stuff added, if I remember correctly.
okay.
And there was a changeover at some point in the 90s, I think, when we started getting the first SIM-based boards, that they switched between which of the two types you needed.
Yeah, because
Because the 8-pin ones, or the 8-chip ones, were the ones for Macs, if I remember, originally, and then the 9s were for PCs, or was it the other way around? I can't remember.
Okay, I'm not sure.
The 9-pin ones have parity. Most PCs use those mostly.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I think it was Macs used the 8s, and then PCs used the 9s, and everybody switched to 9s because it was cheaper, of course, because it was a much bigger market.
Yeah,
Let me
I've
get some
used
pictures.
nines, but like generic PCs would use 8s or 9s.
So I thought that's kind of interesting. Like, so I've been on a little bit of a discovery trying to figure out who's this might
Who
have
made
been.
that one?
Yeah.
It's nicely done. The solder mask.
And it's using
everything.
8-chip because you can see the missing socket or pads for the 9th.
So I can't. I'm trying to mine the Wayback Machine, and I see the solder mask one with the straight up sockets. I haven't seen the solder mask one with the side sockets, the slanted sockets yet, and I haven't seen the non-solder mask one at all.
Is that an 87 give me there?
That green one's intriguing because it has the extra solder mask. It's obviously been
Like
extra
commercially
money's been
produced.
spent on doing it, but it
Yeah.
has no name on it.
There's just nothing there.
It even has the jumper label. What is that? C. What is under the jumper?
Well, this is CN4.
Right. So they
and-
obviously
and this is CN3 on this side here.
they paid money to silk screen it, but they didn't put their name on it.
Right. I mean, they could have right there or something.
But the name wouldn't be underneath the Sims, would it?
No, I did pop the Sims out.
You
There's
did? Okay.
nothing. Yeah, there's nothing underneath there other than more silk screening for the layout of the socket is all that's underneath there.
Wow.
So anyway, this is kind of a mystery item, I guess. This one goes here.
Nick, do you remember if Ian Maverick, if he sold 5 12K Sim upgrades from Australia? I'm just wondering, maybe it's one of his.
No, I don't recall that.
Let's see here. Is that everything that was in that lot? I think it is. So yeah, so I just wanted to kind of share that a little bit. I thought it was kind of timely. I had planned on sharing this stuff this week, and then Bob was going to be doing his soldering, and so I thought, well, boy, this might be kind of nice because here's all the different parts, or many of the parts, as far as ICs go.
This was the guy with the skin condition that used to come to the fest for like 20, 30 years. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
That is him.
There we go.
Yeah, he was at Rainbow Fest, is where I first met him, for CoCo Fest.
Yeah, I've been chatting, like I said, with his niece and stuff, and she said that he was electrical engineer. That was his as we did for a living. I have a couple of his SideQuest drives, and also, let's hear, drawing a blank on the controller that the SideQuest used. The what was that company that did the SCSI drive?
Them guys who did RGB DOS, if I remember.
Yeah, there was a company that did the SCSI
Kenton.
drive.
Kenton
Kenton, thank
Electronics.
you. Yep. So I have two of the controllers and 2 of the drives that he had. I haven't had a chance to get them going to see what interesting things might be on those on those drives that he might have saved though. But yeah, so this was in a box of stuff that they found, and she reached out to me, and it's like, absolutely, yeah, I'll take it, of course. I thought the box was kind of neat though. This is the box it all came in. This side is the top. And on here it says side turn up before opening. So obviously, so you didn't open it up and spill the contents all over the floor. So I just thought that was kind of interesting though. So, but
I will mention one thing about the Canton Electronics SCSI controller, because I do remember the demo for this at Rainbow Fest. His was the only version, because there was SCSI from a few other companies as well, but his was more fully implemented. You could actually hook two CoCos, so you could have two masters on one SCSI drive. They'd share the same hard drive. And he actually demoed that on a CoCo 1 and 2 64K. Didn't even need a CoCo 3 for that. And that was one part of the demo that always struck out to me. It was a bit more expensive than some of the other hard drive solutions at the time, so I never bought one, but I thought that was really cool. You could run one hard drive shared between two physical CoCos.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So, well,
Can
that's all
I
go ahead.
and then since we were talking about RAM upgrades with the sim, I thought I'd just show you the one I made back in the day. I'll just share a screen. So that's the RAM upgrade that I actually made using Sims.
It's pretty.
Wow, yours is compact.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah,
Is that like a cable? You got a cable going over to the other?
Yeah, I got a cable. Yeah.
Wow, that's super clean.
And I like how you have the gimme pinned right down, so that thing will never escape.
Stay.
That's how they came. Well,
really?
not all of them, but
Yeah,
yeah,
some of
a
them
lot
did,
of
yeah.
CoCo 3s came with that. Yeah.
Probably because it's Australia and they knew they might fall out.
Oh, they're upside down. They
Well,
fall right out.
Yeah.
The thing
they're
is, that thing
upside
does
down.
work its way loose. I mean, a lot of people get a CoCo 3 that think it's dead, and it's you push the gimme back
That's
down.
right.
And
Yeah.
voila.
That's right. Anyway.
Do you still have that by any chance?
Yeah. It's in my my PAL CoCo 3. Yes.
Now, did you just make this one for yourself, or was this something that
Yeah.
you were okay?
Yeah, I made it for myself. That one.
So it's a completely unique one-off.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Now, is your hardware
So-
skills like your software skills? You had no bugs and didn't have to make any revisions to this? It was just bang
Oh, no
out?
bugs. Of course. No,
You
no,
can
no
see,
bugs.
no bodge worms. It just right in. It's perfect.
Worked the
It's
first time.
just perfection. Yeah.
Did you clip the
Alright.
two capacitors?
Yes. Yes. They are clipped. And I think they're, is it down here or?
Yeah, this is a
Well,
PAL
they're-
board, so it might be a bit different than what
Yeah,
we're used to.
it's in a different place, but yeah,
Okay.
there are two.
Now, did you do this just because, like, can I do it, or did you do it because, hey, I think I can make it cheaper than what Radio
I think
Shack
it's
or
because
some-
Nick's cheap. But I'll let Nick answer.
I'm trying to think why I did it, because I did have a 512K RAM board before that. I think I might have had a Tandy one, which was, those,
16
those,
4156s.
yeah,
Upside
those
down.
donut fryers. You
Yeah,
know,
Yeah, the
the
toasters.
coffee warmer. Yep. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
You might have done this
So-
for cooling, basically.
Yeah, I did, I think, because I got my hands on a few Sims from an IBM PC, and I thought, I wonder if it'll work if I do this. And I built it, and of course, bug-free. It worked first pop.
There you go.
Is that white square thing a refit chip?
White
See it?
square thing.
Yeah, next to the power supply.
Oh,
the
the
heat
power. Oh, gee, I
Out of
don't
the
know.
heat sink there.
Yeah,
It's melted to the
white
side
thing.
of the heat sink.
It looks like one of those thermal resistors.
yeah. I think
Yeah.
it's not melted, but it's stuck on just for heat dissipation.
We don't have one of those, do we, in our machines?
No.
I
No.
don't think so. Yeah, this is a PAL one. Yeah.
That's probably
This gives me a
ceramic.
whole new segment idea. Why did Nick Marentes do that?
Or can Nick Marentes remember why he did that?
Hey,
No.
Actually, if you want to wait a bit, I'll see if I can.
custom
Switch
repositioned
over.
electrolytic.
I'll just do a stop.
Is that Paint Shop Pro you're using?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I use.
Yeah, it's
Is
a
it
good
an
program.
Is it an old version?
Yes, version
We're-
7.
Yeah,
Weren't
I
they all?
use 6. No,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 7 was the last one. Hang on, I'm almost there, guys.
It's a great program.
It is.
It's easy. It's
Here
not
it comes. I'm just going to share. Where the frick is it? There it is. There's the main board a bit more complete. So that's a PAL motherboard, and there's you can see the RAM upgrade. Note the CPU is sideways.
Okay.
Yeah,
And that buffer chip too. Yeah, that's different.
yeah, they're both. Well, because we're upside down, the chip's tipped over.
How come your RF tin is black?
It's camouflage, man.
It's rusted a bit.
Oh, sorry.
I would say
Patina,
more
it's
than a
not
bit if
rust.
it's that dark.
It's
It's
patina.
rust. It was silver.
Looks like it's been through a house fire or something, that one.
Yeah. No, I haven't.
Now, does that top of that case have the screen in it?
No, it doesn't. We didn't.
I
have
think
the
only
screens.
Canada did that, if I remember.
Right. It's Australia. You don't
And the
need no
power supplies.
thinking.
The power supplies. We don't have that metal RF cage around the transformer. We just got a piece of cardboard.
That's
Well,
because
like you got
the computer is the least amount to worry about that's going to kill you.
Right. That's
Yeah.
the safest thing around is that voltage.
Yeah, because every other living thing in Australia wants to kill you. So
that black square thing's a kindling for
Yeah,
No, it's a little rubber bumper.
Mhm.
So it pressed on the top of the lid just to keep it down. Note the ROM chip, the extended, the super extended basic, is in a ROM. That's how they came over here. They were
Is the-
socketed.
is the window not covered?
That's
No, it's
silver-
covered.
foil.
It's
It's got
covered,
a
yeah.
silver foil on there. But yeah, the power ones that came with a ROM because the ROM had to be changed to suit 50
yeah, the Gimme
hertz
X has to be
and,
booted up in PAL mode, for example, or the Gimme. The Gimme.
Yeah. The
Oh, so
Gimme.
they just
Yeah.
used an actual EEPROM to do that.
Yeah.
Not a mass
They
ROM.
didn't have masked ROMs. They had an EEPROM and it
Probably
was
the
always
due to the lower production run.
Right. Does that
Yeah.
even have a window, or is that the really cheesy ones where the silver sticker actually comprised the seal on the top of?
I think it has a window.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that memory
And
upgrade's
note
very,
the
very clean, Nick. That's nice work.
yeah, well, I wanted it to look as minimal as possible, so that was what I came up with.
Yes. It's nicely done.
Note the two connectors, 1, 2. That was the board that then connected beneath the motherboard, and it converted the RGB from the Gimme into a PAL composite.
Yeah, which is why your
So-
PAL color set is the same as RGB, whereas our NTSC has
Yeah.
completely different colors.
So the composite output on the Gimme is not wired up. It's actually disconnected or because we can't use the NTSC output. So they had to regenerate the composite off the RGB.
That was that little satellite card you had underneath.
Yeah, it goes underneath, yeah. And it plugged in through those two connectors there.
Yeah, I remember you showing that. Well, it's been years now, but
Yeah.
neat.
Anyway, so that's a PAL CoCo 3, but with my RAM board on there.
You just made everybody in Europe envious because, of course, they could have been running PAL CoCo 3s, but they never got sold there directly.
No, that's right.
Well, and a word,
All right.
a word that you don't hear very often is that memory upgrade looked very professional. So
Yeah,
And bug-free.
and bug-free.
Oh,
It's usually
hang
something you
on.
don't hear on this show without the qualifier "un" in front of it.
Yes.
Exactly.
Stop it. I just realized I got one more thing I can show you.
Uh-oh.
It's not another version of Neutroid, is it?
Please don't.
Have you seen it already? Have you? No, it's coming. It's coming. Give me time.
So
where
now
is
we
that
get
one?
Neutroid Revolutions to come after Reloaded.
I prefer regurgitated.
There's the satellite board
Oh, the PAL. Yeah, there's
Under-
the PAL daughter board.
underneath the motherboard. Yeah.
I like how the foil how it kind of reflects there. You can kind of see it. That's kind of it just
Yeah,
neat,
you can see underneath the actual board.
yeah, neat perspective.
And that's the RGB output connector.
And all those little annoying clips to hold that on.
Yeah, that's right. They're all there still. Okay, well, that's it. That's the tour of the PAL CoCo.
Okay. Let's see.
Well, thanks, Brian, for showing all that stuff. I'm glad it didn't get thrown out.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I was very excited to get it and very privileged to have it, and she's been very complimentary too, and you know, glad to see that you know, the stuff from her uncle is going to continue on. So
yeah.
Okay.
By the way, 60 in the chat says, I've never taken the board out of my CoCo 3. I didn't know that was there. I think he's referring to the PAL daughter board.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I think next up we had Rick.
Oh,
You
sure.
had a story to tell us?
Well, yeah, this is just a very, very short thing. So what it amounts to, let's see. Which one
Just
of
wait
these
till he zooms you
monitors-
up there, Rick.
Okay.
There
Yeah,
it
I need
is.
to spotlight Rick.
Well, basically, not much to go on, but here's our tax dollars at work. This did have the correct address on it, and it showed back up a month from the time I sent it. So if anybody's waiting on firmware upgrades for the CoCo IO and they haven't got them yet, please contact me because I'm just now getting things back. So
And this is so nicely covered up the name of who you sent it to.
Right,
You don't know who it is.
I did decode this one, but it took a while. Yes, your tax dollars at work. We must make sure that we cover up any evidence of where this was supposed to go before we remove it from. Oh, and I did get one acquisition.
I believe there is no David Ladd Boulevard. So I think that's why it says no such street.
Right. No, and I've actually verified with the person. The street does exist. The post office is just full of it, but we won't get into that.
That's all right. I've gotten several pieces of mail for Canada here. So
nice.
Oh, that's right. You live in Ontario, right?
no, I live in Ohio.
Well, that's close enough.
It's Toronto.
I did find something interesting this week. We could make a CoCo project out of this, or David Ladd photography. I'm not sure which.
Avica, floppy.
Yeah,
those are
floppies.
Cameras.
If you had the original CoCo floppy controller, you could read the image card out of these cameras.
You mean the 1793?
Yeah, it's a floppy disk.
Yes. Yes.
Save that for the David Ladd floppy special coming up there.
Yeah, that's for the next special. Oh well. Anyway, I just wanted to let everyone know.
I'm kind of curious about that because I helped one of my coworkers. I traveled to his office. They were moving from one building to another, and he says, "I got a box here for you, Brian." And some stuff because he knows that I'm into the retro. And one of those cameras was in there along with some 8-inch floppy disks that he had from a old system they had from long ago. But the one that's like in the upper right-hand corner there, that looks quite a bit like that. And so what were you saying? The original color computer, the original floppy disk controller could read those disks if you...
Yes, if you have a high density capable controller,
yep,
you can read the discs out of this thing.
Okay.
And these things,
but you have to modify the heck out of the controller.
Well, yeah, you have to change the controller. But I mean,
that's David Ladd's favorite project.
Who wouldn't want this camera? I mean, geez.
But it makes you look professional.
Right. Yeah.
Like you're serious.
You got the flip up thing. And, oh, look at this. One feature that I didn't know early example of the pop-up flash.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
How many megapixels are the picture? The images?
What is this thing? Jeez.
Half.
Yeah.
I'll stick with my Canon G7X.
640 by 480 by 16. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that is exactly what it is. But we've got some big optics on the front. So hey,
there you go.
Oh, well.
Very cool.
Okay.
Now, no, here's the new equivalent, a little smaller, but it's still got the pop-up flash.
Cool. Okay. Well, actually, I did have an acquisition this week.
Uh-oh.
Neutroid.
Ah,
Oh,
Neutroid.
sorry.
Regurgitator.
Unfortunately, your address was correct.
Oh, yeah. We're sorry.
I think Ron had a few things to say.
Oh, Ron's garage. Yeah,
Ron's-
I believe he
Oh,
did.
yeah,
Oh, Ron's
he's got a-
garage, yeah.
a
Oh,
signal.
there's a whole.
Okay.
They got to play.
He's waiting for his
opening.
intro though.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
an intro.
Yep, we'll get there. All right. So this button.
Okay,
Okay, take it away, Ron.
let's see.
Let him run away with it.
I don't think it's prepared. Hang on a sec. I have to switch to my proper screen here.
Yeah, and after this, we'll have to take a break.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
okay.
Get an update from Bob.
Sorry for the delay.
Well, we do have a commercial we have to run too. So
We'll do that, but we'll come back after the commercial.
All right, it's up, right?
Yep.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. So we have Veterans Day today, everybody. So the
yeah,
flag
Remembrance
flies.
Day here in Canada. I'm not sure what it's called in other countries.
Yep. And I was fooling around with this little icon in the corner of the screen. See it? It's Bing, and it's AI. And this is a futuristic Tandy Color Computer 3.
That looks more retro than futuristic to me.
Yeah.
It's got
Looks
blinking
like it's
lights
from
and
the-
everything.
And it's still
From the
in gray.
50s.
It's in the battleship gray.
Yep. Yep.
All right.
Does it have the original Star Trek computer voice?
It probably
Or
does, yeah.
That or have HAL
Thinking.
inside of it.
And then Hugo posted this. This is pretty cool. He must have did it himself, with AI. And then
That looks old.
I asked Fred Flintstone using a Radio Shack computer, and this is what they come up with.
So we're hams also.
Yeah,
Man.
interesting, huh?
Can't even
Spelled
spell
radio
radio,
wrong.
correct. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no rock or any kind of like his car that you had to push or wind up or anything to get going.
Like the bird that did the stone tablet and then had to race it over to the destination.
Yeah, check that out.
Or the woolly mammoth vacuum cleaner.
Yeah.
It's a living.
Yep. Okay, so then there's that, and then there's Rainbow Magazine, and this I'm going to take you to another site of mine called the Rainbow Color Computer Magazines, and we've got a bunch of rainbows. I don't know why they spelled things wacky. Maybe they're thinking, if you look at some of the stuff, the writing in that, it doesn't make any sense at all. It's just having text there.
Did it do that for copyright reasons, maybe?
Look at, maybe Rainbow.
Oh, yeah, it's Ipsum Lorem. It's just stuff.
Yeah.
I think that proves that we're still safe from AI for a bit yet, if it can't even do this.
And
It also
look,
spelled radio with 2 I's. So
yeah, and look, the edges are, looks like we've used it since the 90s,
that is a Rand.
Still more accurate than some
Randblau.
of the knockoffs I've seen from overseas.
Yeah. So what do you guys think of that? Probably want to see if you can actually, hone it down to something else, maybe.
I can't say I liked any of the retro computer designs it came up with.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, come on. That gray one right there is great because that's obviously got a sound card upgrade. That's what all that stuff next to the monitor is.
You have a light show going on too.
Yeah, the blinking lights are to help the sound.
Yeah. Do you want to see some of the other ones? Well, these you can't select. It's just a screenshot. I was kind of, put off by it, so I didn't do any more to that one. Not like I did here. And with the
Yeah, I noticed the
rainbow.
Amigos, a lot of them have been fiddling with some of the AI image generators too,
Yeah,
for
right.
all kinds of things, making up video games and everything else too.
Yeah.
So it seems to be a pretty popular pastime.
Well, they've done it with 68 Dodge Charger, you know, and they have the AI comes up with, you know, pretty neat looking body, but then the fin on the back, if it's a NASCAR, the fin is missing. They have just one fin up and then doesn't go across the back. And I'm thinking, well, what is that? I think, you know, maybe it's like an F-85 or something, or I don't know. It's crazy. I got my computer back from Sloopy, and it worked. Still works.
And this is the one that Paul Barton had not fixed yet before he passed away, right?
Correct. Yep. Yeah. It did break in shipment. I was able to glue it back together in the back corner, and then when he sent it back to me, the front corner here was chipped off, and I was able to glue it back on. But you can't tell from this view. From 500 feet, it's a looker.
The old 20 by 20 standard.
Yeah. Now I got a question for some of you guys that are really smart on disk formats. This is CoCoMax running on a CoCo 2, okay? And my question was, I don't think I've ever seen a Dragon running a CoCoMax. Have you? And you know, I've never seen anybody showing pictures or, you know, making this nice colorware thing flip up, you know, when it starts.
We wouldn't get color on it, first of all, because the Dragon is PAL.
Okay. But the other
CoCoMax
thing-
could run on a Dragon. There's nothing stopping it after some patches, etc. The problem is the disk formats are completely different between the two. You'd have to make an entirely new disk image with new binary files.
Which is what I did. I took and emptied a disk of CoCoMax, which was the hacked one. So you didn't need the little converter thing, the white thing in the
high-res interface.
Yeah. So I took it all out, and then I got a VDK. Yeah, formatted disk empty and loaded it all back in. The problem is I don't know which ones are binary or which one. I know that basic programs are, you know, basic BAS, or they could be what's the other thing that could be ASCII. Yeah.
You do have
So
save the basic programs in ASCII and then reload them on the Dragon because they're tokenized differently.
Yeah, you need to translate it through by saving it in ASCII.
so they have to be ASCII. Okay, because I did the one basic. It
Well,
didn't
once you
run.
get them transfer the Dragon, you can load the ASCII and then resave it as a regular basic, and that'll work because it'll convert the ASCII characters into the tokenized basic
on what?
on the
on the-
Dragon itself. Or
Well,
yeah.
they didn't even show. They didn't even show up on the DSK on the VDK. You know, when I put it on the SD card on the Dragon, it didn't show up.
Probably saved.
None of the listings did.
Does the CoCo SDC work on the Dragon?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a dip switch setting for it inside.
Yeah, I have it.
So
working.
it should all work.
Yeah, it
should all work
should.
with that, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Oh.
I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I just took a stab in the dark and tried to do it that way and it didn't work. And I figured I'd mention it here. Maybe somebody can get back to me on it later. Okay. All right. Next thing. This I think Sockmaster made.
Yeah, way back. It used to be in his site.
Yeah, and so I adapted.
That's always
it.
fun.
I put an SD card slot in here and a little light, you know. And what would be cool
Wait,
is if
you
it had
hacked Sock's machine?
I have it, yes. No. But everybody replying below wants one, or I want one, give me your money, you know, stuff like that. Because it's such a cool looking thing. And I was imagining trying to open that up on Christmas when I was a kid, you know, and the box would be huge. Because look how it's as wide as a PC's keyboard.
Right.
And then you try to plot a multi-pack on the side of that, and you're
Yeah.
going to need a new disk.
Actually, with that much extra case space, you could probably build the multi-pack in slots on the facing up or something on the right side of the case.
Yeah,
Hey,
But he
Ron?
hasn't done that, so we need 3 feet of CoCo.
Hey,
Yeah.
Ron.
Yeah.
60 in the chat says Mike Miller pointed out that the Horde he got recently had a Dragon port of CoCoMax in it.
Really? Huh.
Well, yeah, that was one the
Right.
museum picked up, right? The museum in Holland or whatever it was.
Well, someone direct me to it if they could, post
Not
it
only
here.
can it be done, it has been done.
Oh, cool. Well, show us. Gosh. Here's this is a lot of real estate right here. A multi-pack and a
Getting there.
CoCo one. I put an acre of computer.
Ron was not a TI guy.
No. No. But I had a friend that was, and he had the expansion thing, that went off
The bus thing, yeah. The
2 to 3 miles.
That's where you have to have the second table.
Yeah, exactly.
If you don't have a TI, then you get a table length.
And now we hear the voice from the picture. This is him in the elevator. I thought it was cool, and it didn't really.
Just
come
looking
out all
at
that
this
well.
pictures re-traumatizes me.
Yes.
What did I do?
Yeah. Here it is on hardware. Anyway, I think this is pretty much it. I had guts of a basic 16K laying around, so I did some Halloween stuff for it. That's about it.
There's the Halloween photos.
Yeah.
Some distinguished individual.
Yeah, really. So that's about it, guys. Thank you for having time to listen, pay attention. Stop share.
It's cool stuff. That Bing experiment was fairly hilarious.
Yeah. So let's if you get a chance and you guys play with the AI, save some pictures off, and maybe we should have an AI corner to see, how close they get to anything.
We have a channel on the Discord.
You can put so many different things in there. I had a long discussion with AI on multiverses and stuff, astronomy stuff, and I guess it's sort of understandable. They take you out of science and say, basically you can think whatever you want to think because our language is flexible. They say stuff like that, and it's kind of like, go away in a polite way. So.
You bother me, kid.
Yeah. So it's only a minor upgrade from Eliza then.
Yeah,
kind of, yeah. They've gone a little past Rogerian, but not much. Yeah.
It's a bit more politically correct. That's about all they've done.
Yeah. Well, what they do is, I don't know. You wonder while you're waiting, they put up a little picture, and that first picture you see, you're thinking to yourself, "Is this it?" It's pretty lame, it looks. Real.
To this day, they describe it as a deep language model, which that's Eliza, just deeper.
It's Eliza for 64K instead of 32.
Yeah.
Right. So it almost makes sense as long as people are leading it, but as soon as people quit leading it, it just kind of.
I would love to see the look on the faces of the OpenAI folks as they watch this clip for the first time. Wait, everything we built in this giant building and all that work we did for years and tuning and fighting and visiting Congress, and these guys think it's just Eliza for 64K? What? Awesome.
Okay, 128K.
Maybe.
It's the CoCo 3 version of Eliza. Yeah.
Has anybody had Eliza talk to the AI?
Oh, that would be fun.
A long time ago, when they first were building out what we now call the internet, one of the famous experiments was to get two of these chat programs to talk to each other. And they wrote it up, and it's called The Doctor Meets Perry. And they had basically wired these two chat things to talk over the nascent internet of the time. So it's been done. But yeah, what if we got the Facebook one, the Llama one, to talk to the OpenAI one and get them in a fight? Wouldn't that be good?
Yeah.
And then, maybe bring back Microsoft's Tay, which got corrupted within hours of getting added to the internet.
Oh, yeah.
The people had taught this poor chat bot to be the most horrible thing in existence. Yeah, let's do that.
Basically, what I was showing you was corrupted pictures of what I wanted to show you. Because you're an interpretation from, I don't know, whoever programmed it, right? Is that what we're getting?
Well, it's not only the programming, it's a kind of it's deciding what you meant based on looking at millions of pictures that were classified. So it says, oh, all of these are old computers. So how do I average all of these together? And which ones seem to have the traits that mostly look like what he's talking about? So it's,
you have to be rather specific, is what you're saying when you ask them to do something.
yeah, it's a giant predictive text system from your phone
Mhm.
with bigger database.
Boy, you explained that well.
And 60's obviously used Eliza in the past, because in the chat he says, but how does Eliza for 64K make you feel?
I don't understand.
That's when you included swear words, right?
All right.
Let's do a break and we'll come back. Mark can give us an update on CoCo Tech, and plus we'll do the game on challenge. What order you want to do that in? It's totally up to you, Mark.
Okay. So we cross that off the list. Okay, here we go. Oh, this button.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCo Nation Show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCo Nation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCo Nation Show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wapke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Steege, TJ B. Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William A. Thing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Storycrafter says, your name? Mark M. Your systems? All. TS, TRS, Commodore, Atari, Amiga, Apple, V, Next, SGI, Sun, Aquarius, TI-99. Stuff I'm forgetting. Mostly I've been spending time working with my QL clones. Looking for? I am itching to write a multi-platform BBS system that can run individual but networked nodes on as many of the 8 bits as possible. I'll probably just end up tinkering something up for the QL. D. Smithson says, hi. I'm Derek S. from Phoenix, Arizona. I'm an 80s kid, and my first computer was a Tandy Color Computer 3. I've been a professional software developer for the past 20 years, and I can still remember being a kid sitting in front of my CoCo, knowing that I wanted to program computers for a living when I grew up. It has made me so happy to see a lively community still excited and building on the CoCo and other retro systems. Thank you. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Alex Gayer, Boysen, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCo Nation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Okay, and we are back. So, let's talk about the CoCo Tech and the upcoming schedule.
That's my cue. Hey there, this is Mark Overholzer, and I'm kind of running the CoCo Tech thing at the moment. And basically, this last Tuesday I had Paul Fiscarelli on with his new tool. He's worked on it for a couple of years, called the CoCo Sprite Compiler, which is designed to do basically animated sprites for CoCo 3. And you'll have to look at it. It's on our regular channel. I don't think there's a category yet on YouTube for putting it off by itself, but just scroll back through and find it. It was on Tuesday before the last CoCo Game On Challenge. Anyway, great tool. Lets you import bitmaps and PNGs directly into it, and then it'll convert them to the color map for the CoCo 3 and your palettes and stuff. And then you can actually take a sheet of sprites that has different images you've drawn up, and then chunk them into individual sprites and then animate them, go through. And it's really cool because it'll generate the code and then push it directly into either XROR or VCC. This is a Windows tool, by the way. And so it will then animate the thing right there on your emulator, so you know what it'll look like. Very cool tool. Very glad to have Paul Fiscarelli and Paul Thayer on. And we'll have a follow-up one, I think, at some point with Paul Fiscarelli on some of the other features, but we'll see. Coming up next week is going to be DriveWire history. I'm going to have Mikey Furman with his Pi DriveWire, and going to have Boise Pete. And so we should be covering a lot of history about DriveWire and all the various stuff and all the various implementations that are currently around. And that'll be this coming Tuesday, be 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that should be UTC -4. Or sorry, -5. I got the stuff right. Anyway, come join us. It'll be a lot of fun. Also have scheduled the week after that G-Shell on Nitrous 9. And that'll be with L Curtis Boyle and Rick Euland. And then 2 weeks after that will be a Grease Weasel and SBC, I think is the tool that Paul Fiscarelli uses, and Floppy Talk with Paul and Mikey and David Ladd. And that's all we have on the schedule so far. And we'll be getting some other things as well. And that's all I have at the moment. These are all on Tuesday, by the way, so far, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. UTC
that can change if somebody wants to, or somebody that wants to host one can't do it on a Tuesday. So don't feel like that's a fixed schedule. But
oh yeah, it fits nicely in the week. But if we need to jigger that a bit, we will do that.
So isn't that the day that the photon torpedoes arrive?
It very well could be.
Ken, you ready? Yes? No?
Oh, he's feeling quiet.
Oh, okay. Well,
yes, I'm ready.
Oh, it was good for a while there.
You had to wake up first.
All right.
What, the news?
Welcome everybody to the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Neutroid Reloaded. We had a total of 20 players. Tied for 19th place, we had Mark B and Mark O both with 110. We had Canadian Retro Things with 470. Henry the Third 1170. Mr.
And did either of you touch the joystick during that?
1300. Dave
Yeah,
Ladd,
a little bit.
1390.
Actually, no.
Flutterball 1600.
My
L.
scores, if I
Curtis
did that, were
Boyle,
lower.
1770. David Craker 2200. 8 Bits in the Basement 2900. Jim Rye 3260. D. Smithson 3360. Sloopy Malibu 6320. Coconut Bob 7600. Shenley 7920. Nick Marentes 9810. Nerf Herder 17,990. Brian Walsh 30,820. And tied for first place this week we had Buck Owens and Tasman, both with 32,700.
Oh,
thanks
I
everybody
thought
that played,
Brian
and
Walsh.
we'll see you again next week.
The CoCo Nation salutes Buck Owens.
Didn't Brian Walsh
And,
what?
and the CoCo
I thought
Nation.
Brian
this
Walsh got another higher score.
I'm
Maybe
pretty
I read
sure
it
that
wrong.
was his higher score.
Oh, was it? Okay, that's all right.
Yeah. And the CoCo Nation salutes the Tasman.
Yahoo!
I got to be different. Yeehaw or something like that. I don't know.
If I made a mistake on that for Brian Walsh, then just let me know and I will correct it next week.
I probably read it wrong. It's okay.
Because I always make mistakes. I'm very good at that.
You're just looking at it upside down, Nick.
Yeah, probably.
All right, so yeah, we played Neutroid Reloaded this week, and I think that's all we have to say about that. The other game that we played this week.
Well done, Ken. No more regurgitating that game again.
I think this version was perfect, Nick. You don't have to make another version.
Yeah, he's been threatening.
Too late. It's too late already. Start no.
Winners have something else to say about that.
Okay, so yeah, obviously I didn't have the best of scores in this game because yeah, I'm not very good at it. Let's just put it that way. I don't have the ability to have good timing, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, so
what you're saying is that you suck.
Yeah, definitely. At this game, very much so. But yeah, definitely it was infinitely more playable than the last version.
Or the version before that. Or the version before that. Or the version before that.
And so on. And so on. So people that got further in the game, what did you guys think of it? Anybody that's on the
brilliant
I think you beat
game.
me, Ken, didn't you?
No, I barely beat Mark and Mark.
Actually, the people probably didn't hear us in the stream there, but there were the two scores for the two marks. One was done trying to actually play the game with the joystick, and the other one was just let it go on its own.
I literally, the game started and I didn't do anything, and I just watched it bounce back and forth, and I got a score of 110 without touching the controls at all. All my other scores where I tried were lower. It's like
that was basically me. I think other than the score that I submitted, my other highest score was like 130.
Wow. So the moral of the story is don't try.
Pretty much.
There you go. So I don't know. Anybody else on the stream here? Actually, so Nick and Curtis, you're the guys that got the better scores than the other three of us here. So
well, Nick wrote the game, so he's got a bit of a advantage. I didn't get a chance to play it too much. It's definitely better than the previous versions. It's much more understandable. I just didn't have much time to play it. I did want to mention, though, out of the high score list, I think the top 4 all actually completed the game because there's an end.
Yeah, there is an end.
Level 16.
And Nick, the author, did not. Just to put that out there.
Yep.
No, I didn't make it. The game's too hard.
And it's not understandable. No, I'm just kidding.
No, that's right. But interesting how the two high scorers got the same top score.
Yeah, does that mean they got a perfect game?
No, I think Buck did that on purpose.
Did he?
Yeah, because if you watch his video on it, he gets up close to there and he's just about there and he's just scoring a couple points, then he got the score, then he let himself die.
Okay. I thought that was
I kind of noticed that those two guys are also listed on the back of the program.
Yeah, they were the game test.
They know all those special pokes that Nick gave them to cheat. No, I'm just
checks in the mail, guys. So
basically, the main thing for me is that you just have to get used to the controls, and you have to get used to the fact that if you're starting to head to try to hit one of them on the edge, if you know you're going to miss, then just quickly, hit the button twice to do like a 180-degree turn to give yourself some time to rejigger when you're going. Once I kind of got that, that's when I started scoring over 1,000 fairly regularly, and I'm just sure it takes some extra practice.
Basically, yeah, if you're heading for to get off the edge, just dodge it, just like you would in any game. Oh, I think I'll sit here and let the Galaxians shoot me.
Yeah, that's what you do, isn't it?
That's right. So it's the same in this. You have to actually dodge the dangerous things.
No, you just keep shooting until they hit you. You don't have to move.
Buck and Tasman, they've mastered the technique of milking it. So they know that they'll get as many of the Protroids as they can, and then before finishing the round, sit there and just wait for the antitroids to appear, collect the antimatter things, and then wipe out the antitroids, because you get extra points for the antitroids. So they just sit there doing that for as long as they can, and then they just move on to the next level. So they really milk the points.
Yeah, but
which
also,
is one thing.
Let's not forget that one or both of them are actual AI. So,
yeah, well, so if I was to read, or rather, when I redo this game, I'm gonna not have that function in there.
Always with the threats.
That's right. I'll make sure I don't have the ability to milk it.
By the way, we've got a couple comments in the chat here I want to do covering Neutroid here. So first of all, from Exile in Paradise, Alan, he says, Neutroid never made sense to me, but with the restored grid, this version finally makes sense. And with the sound and effects is a showcase semi-graphics game. Totally agree. And Scott Cooper, Tasman, says, Nick, I sent you money. Don't tell them you gave me the cheat pokes. And I agree with that as well.
Oh, he blew it.
But yes, definitely an improved version. And
this is a game, Ken. I think what happens is that it takes you a couple of hours to really get into it.
Yeah.
To really kind of figure it out. You can't just put it on for an hour or two and figure you'll start getting bazillion score points. You have to kind of get the feel for it, and that takes a bit of time. And then once you get past, say, 3 or 4 hours, I think your scores would improve. Because I'd played it a few times before. I was one of their beta testers too. And I hadn't played it since then until now. So I'd kind of forgotten everything, but I was starting to get the hang of it again, by the end of the show. So
I think Tasman said that to get that score, took him an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty long game when you sit there.
Brian Walsh says, if I had had an extra 20 minutes or so, I would have made it a 3-way tie for first. So he could have done better too. He had to cut it off.
Can we run this game on challenge for another week?
Let me think about that. No.
You can run it on CoCo Tech.
Hey,
just because the game on challenge is over does not mean you can't continue playing the game. There's no rules.
Yeah, we have another
that.
game channel you can post scores to that's not for the official game on challenge. So feel free to.
Yeah.
And then Mark can use his special Mark AI to. That's Mark Overhose, I should mention, using his Mark AI to just see how well it can score on itself.
Exactly.
Cool. And now, what about the other great game?
Oh boy. We came to the conclusion.
Yeah, Nick,
that
you
this
suck
is a
for that one.
European
Sorry.
Game because boy, there's a lot of pixel perfectness in this game.
Well, you can't handle a bouncing dot on the screen. I can't imagine you handle it.
Actually, I've actually right now got one of the higher scores in Prospector. So
I thought the game was, when I first saw the game, I didn't actually play it. I just let it, I looked at the graphics. I thought, no, that looks quite professionally drawn in it. This looks like it could be a really good game. I'll tell Ken. Yeah, that's right. So I told Ken, and Ken put it up there. And then, of course, everyone started playing it. Then we thought, gee, this game sucks.
I have to say, the game itself is not bad. It's the controls and the pixel perfectness. That's the problem.
That's
yeah,
what it is.
you move too quickly, and you have zero room for error to jump over things, and the hitbox. I mean, if you get within 4 or 5 pixels of a bad guy, it kills you.
And the other thing is the control to pick up the gold, where you have to like center perfectly over the hole, push down, and then back up. Because I was so many times I'd be running to get it before the thing came over, and you'd miss by a pixel, and you can't go down, you can't pick it up, even though you're standing literally over top the entire damn thing.
Okay, tips and tricks coming up. As you're running up towards the hole where you have to get it, just put your joystick diagonally, and then you run forward and you drop right in.
Oh, I didn't catch that. Cool.
Oh,
I may have a slightly improved score this next time.
Yeah, I'll give that a shot too.
It also works on the ladders. Don't I was having so much trouble with the pixel perfect stuff at the start, but then when I figured out if you use it on a diagonal, you still move forward, but then you drop in or go up.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah.
Okay, that'll improve things quite a bit.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to have another look at that.
And when you out the deluxe joystick, just put it in the corner.
Yeah, that's right. Now, when you do go and collect that gold or whatever it is, and you drop down into the hole or whatever, you're safe at that point, aren't you?
Yes, you are. You can. That's also a good thing is you wait in the hole until all the things are in a good position for you to pop out and go get into another hole. So it's basically a good strategy for the game is just go from hole to hole.
Right.
Just think one hole ahead.
I'm kind of looking forward after these tips here for the next Game On Challenge Live here, because I think that'll greatly improve my score, knowing both of those tricks.
The game may have redeemed itself. We'll give it a try next week.
Yeah, let's not get nuts.
It does. If you get into a position where you have to jump over things, it's very frustrating. But
or running off the edge, which is what I kept doing by accident.
Didn't you read the manual, Curtis?
I briefly glanced at it about halfway through playing it.
It took me a little bit. Also, it took me a little bit to figure out when you actually clear a screen how to end the screen.
Yeah, that part I didn't know either, because you had to tell me during the stream there. Because I said I got them all. What do I do now?
A little platform forms at the top that you have to run up to and get onto, and it makes a ladder that you get to climb up.
Yeah, one of the floor tiles changes to a different color or something. I think is
All right.
Like on the first screen, it actually covers up one of the gaps. I've never made it past the second screen, so I don't know where it is, but it covers up one of the gaps on the top of the screen, and then you just have to run up and stand on it, and it just poof, you go up a ladder to the next level.
Yeah, it doesn't actually make the ladder appear like Load Runner does when you complete. You have to go up to where that square is first.
Yeah, oh yeah, you got to go up to the square, and as soon as you touch the square, the ladder appears.
Yeah. I did manage to make it to the second screen. So, and for those who don't know, this was originally published in December 1989, Rainbow?
88.
88? It's got 50 screens built in. If you read the article, you can actually create your own levels too. I don't know if anybody's going to take the time to do that, but I'm really curious whether Tasman and Buck and some of the others can actually make it through all 50 screens on this. If they don't get sort of frustrated, they throw the joystick across the room first.
Or you just make a screen that's got no bad guys and just all holes with nuggets.
There you go.
So you just get points.
Act time.
Okay.
So,
I'm definitely gonna have to try your tricks there, Ken, because I didn't realize any of those, and that sounds like it'll greatly improve my experience with the game.
Yeah, maybe.
Particularly the diagonal joystick thing for getting onto ladders and holes, because that was the most frustrating part for me. Was I'd run over and the guy would be, maybe 2 seconds away from hitting me, and I want to grab the gold and go down the next ladder. And I'd be sitting there, I won't go down, and go a little too far, and you still can't go down. You got to go back the other way, and that was just getting frustrating as heck.
Yep. Thinking 8 directions rather than 4.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Cool.
All right. So, yeah, those are the 2 games that we played last week. And does anybody want to know what? Oh, wait, no. Before we do that, let's talk about our live program. So
yeah, I thought Sleepy was going to do it, but I guess he had to leave. It's not on here, I don't think.
Yeah. So I will see. Where is my... I got too many damn things open on my computer. There we go. There. So here is the live show. We actually had quite a few people there. And lots of people were playing Neutroid. Of
course.
It's like picking the best of a bad situation, I think, is what is happening there.
Well, I'm just wondering if Curtis ever expected to hear that sentence in his life. A lot of people were playing Neutroid.
Well, given the choice at the time, yeah, I even said that during the stream.
I actually do have to say I had a lot of fun playing both games. As frustrating as it was on both of them.
And the visual presentation and sound in Neutroid is very, very good for a CoCo 1-2 game. I can't argue with that whatsoever. And the gameplay is much improved too. Like I said, I could get better at it. I just didn't get enough time to do it.
So yeah, I think we had 7 people at maximum during the live show on Thursday night. So.
And one thing I did learn is nobody bothers to read the instructions.
Wait, there was instructions?
Yeah, there you go. So, and when you think about it, arcade games in the arcades, they don't have instructions either, do they? Except
they sometimes have on the panel, like on the inside of the.
Yeah, but no one reads those. But yeah, so I think
basically you need a demo mode that kind of explains it, or you need some on-screen instructions like, say, Robotron.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that'll be my new way going forward into the new Neutroid, that I will program it with the idea that no one will read instructions.
Right. Because in the old days you were standing in line to get on the game, so you could watch.
And you could watch someone else. Yeah.
But now attract mode needs to kind of
explain it.
Yeah.
Well, I do have an attract mode that does sort of show you things, but yeah.
You gotta dumb it down for us Americans.
You gotta stop during the attract mode and say, okay, this will kill you.
This is why this is happening.
Yeah. Like Robotron does, because it says you have to rescue your family. That shows you running over the family members, and then you have to shoot this robot, and then if you shoot the Hulk, it won't die. You know, like it goes through and explains every single thing on the screen, so you don't need directions beyond that.
Did Defender do that as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. So, yeah, because it showed you had to pick up humans and what the different aliens were, the scores.
Joust did too, I think.
Yep.
Now you said attract mode. Did you mean detract mode?
That's only for Neutroid.
That's when Ken and I review the game. That's a bit different.
Yeah. Oh, well, you got to admit though, it is colorful.
It's very pleasing to the eye.
Yeah, and the ear. It's got great sound effects.
And the ear.
Yeah. It's just to the hand controlling the joystick. It sucked. No, I'm just kidding.
But even that Prospector, I thought was a pretty good game for a type-in game.
Oh, for type-in, it's one of the better ones, yeah. And now that I know those tricks there, that's going to help a lot.
That's right. So I'm going to try that this week and see if I can get somewhere with it. Now that I can actually see artifact colors correctly on my CoCo 3, now that I've got a RGB to HD, what do you call it?
Jason, plug time.
HDMI.
It's a SCART to HDMI converter hooked up to your switcheroo cable.
There you go.
That's right.
Now, where would you get one of those switcheroo cables, Nick?
From Mr. Switcheroo. Jason there.
Mr. Switcheroo. You got a new name, Jason.
Mr. Switcheroo. I've been called the Switcheroo guy. Now I'm Mr. Switcheroo, as long as you don't call me late for dinner.
The Switcheroo is such a good product. You're now called Mr. Switcheroo.
Mr. Switcheroo.
Well, I think I mentioned it last week that I bought the Switcheroo originally when I had a Magnavox style RGB monitor, and I just needed, because it's got a SCART on it, so I ordered that cable. But one of the connectors on the cable, it has a USB connector on it, and I didn't need that for the RGB monitor. So I never had it hooked up, and it worked fine. But then when my monitor, I changed it for an LCD, and I needed to use the HDMI. I plugged it all in, and it wouldn't work. All I got was the composite. I was like, oh, gee, what's that? That Jason's conned me. It doesn't work. And then I looked out at the back of the CoCo. I thought, hang on, what's this USB doing here? I wonder. So I plugged it into the power, and voila, it worked.
You didn't read the directions, did you?
It comes with directions to tell you to do that.
That's right. Yeah, as I said, no one reads instructions,
including Nick.
but every switcheroo from CoComan.biz comes with instructions you can ignore if you want.
You could.
That's right. That's right.
Ignoring instructions is not recommended.
Yeah, that's right.
No kidding.
So I think both games this week, Neutroid and Prospector, both look good on the screen. Now, we'll see what people think. That they both look good, but they're both crap. But
hey, just wait till you see the game that I chose for.
Oh God, this is scaring me.
For next week.
So you can actually see, if you look on my screen there at the very top, there's a little red bar.
Oh yeah, up on the top level, just a little bit left of center.
No, it disappeared.
It's not the original version of Neutroid, is it?
No, I was playing
Prospector. He's talking about where the ladder appears when you can get all the gold bars in a level.
I thought you were talking about next week game you were going to throw at us. Like, okay, now we're going to play the original version of Neutroid.
Well, we got 3 more we can go through. Yeah. The next 3 weeks will be Neutroid, 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 and Neutroid.
Or as I call them, strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, and you're out.
or you can, or alternatively, you can just bang your head off the wall for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So you're going to show us the ladder again, Ken?
Yeah. Well, I don't actually, in this one, I don't make it up to the ladder, but you can see.
Yeah, the little orange block that showed up there.
Because I got the last one, that little orange block up at the top there. I don't know if you can see my cursor or not.
Yeah, we can.
You can?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's where you have to get up and stand on there.
The ladder, yeah.
Makes a ladder for you.
Okay.
But you have to survive up to the top.
So this Thursday, we were playing Prospector again. And now, thanks to some of Ken's tips here, I might actually do pretty good at it. I did make it to the second screen barely. But I think I'll do better now that I know
the second screen that introduces a new bad guy that I haven't figured out how to beat him yet. Because he follows you up and down the ladders.
I didn't last that long on that level, so I didn't even know that. Now I'm depressed.
Okay, but yeah, we will be playing this game again on Thursday night live on the Discord channel, the Game On Challenge Discord channel at 5 o'clock my time, which is 8 o'clock Eastern, I guess. And the other game that we will be playing, does anybody know what this game is?
Neutroid.
Yes. Oh crap!
It's a clone of an arcade game, and it's
like
the non-commercial one.
Remember what it's called?
This is the one from T&D magazine, I believe.
It's actually a clone of one of my favorite games on the ColecoVision. And
yep, one of the launch titles on the ColecoVision.
Yep.
Actually, I'm more familiar with the game that Brian Weiser's playing there.
It looks like a Venture clone.
It is a Venture clone.
It is a Venture
and
clone.
I'm trying to remember the name of this because I played this before, but the title escapes me.
It's not the Aardvark one called Venturer. It's the other one.
It's not Midnight Mutants. That's something else.
No,
that's the one.
It's actually you're probably, if you're thinking of Venture, you're probably never gonna.
I'm sure it was something warehouse.
Nope. Montezuma's Dungeons.
Oh, that's better than Montezuma's Revenge.
Right.
So, the ironic thing is that this version of Venture, like this was one that was on T&D magazine, wasn't it? Or is it Chroma Set? I can't remember. One of the tape magazines, anyway, that you subscribed for a year for. But
yeah, it was T&D. I remember that.
But the official one, or not official, but the commercial one from Aardvark called Venture, I think is actually a poorer version of the game than this one.
I agree. That's why I chose this one.
Now, the Venture one from Aardvark was actually we found on Chronological Gaming. That was the very first Venture clone on any 8-bit system, period. Home computer or console. We had the first Venture clone, which is kind of surprising.
So
And 60 had it right.
yeah.
Montezuma is something or other. He actually had part of the name right.
Yep. So there we go. That is the Game On challenge for the next 2 weeks. So see you guys on Thursday. I want everybody there. Everybody on the panel.
Everybody
in the
there.
audience.
I don't know. It doesn't look like
all
Brian
have to be
Weaver
there.
can be there. It looks like he broke his CoCo. It's displaying all kinds of weird patterns.
Gone.
Yeah, he's been constantly crashing with random gimme patterns here for the last half an hour or so.
Just running that 512K memory through some different modes and memory tests and stuff like that. So just messing around, listening to you guys talk.
We're sorry.
And I'm sure that
President,
Brian
down to
probably
sleep.
has another CoCo that he could use for the Game On challenge.
I'm sure there's one out there somewhere in the tractor trailer.
Just swap the gimme chip out.
There you go.
That's
Got
one
9 of them.
You've got, yeah.
All right. Well, that's all I have to say for today. So
Game On news.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay, is it sharing just the window this time, unlike last week?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
You're good.
You guys don't see. I have to see how many monitors I fill up with my desktop icons. Okay, so Jim Gary has been quite busy this week. I think he cranked out 4, maybe 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the last one, actually, I think Nick will recognize. So the first one here is called Tank Battle, also known as Tanks a Lot. This one was originally by a guy named Mark Koenig in 1980s. You can see on the screen there, 1127, and was published in the Soft Side magazine in February of 1981. And of course, uses keyboard controls since it's the MC10. 2 players. And Jim the Destroyer. So if any of you have played the tank portion of the Tron arcade game, this is kind of like that, except 2 players. So you're going through a maze and trying to shoot each other. As he pointed out in the comments here, it's kind of boring because he's just a single player at the time here. So basically the one guy's a sitting duck and he just shoots him. And this one actually, I think if I remember correctly, runs in SG6. So it's 64 by 48 4-color, not 64 by 32 9-color. Next up, he did one called Lines of Action. I'll start playing this one in the meantime. This one was by a Canadian named Cloud Susi. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. And then a person named Saul Goober converted it to BASIC. So apparently it was written in a different language originally in 1985 for the 8-bit Atari line, and it appeared in ROM magazine in the December 1985, January 1986 bi-monthly issue. So he converted it over to the MC10. Has some instructions built into the game as well. And I will mention YouTube's been starting to hit me finally with the you're not supposed to watch with an ad blocker thing. So I've tried to pre-play all these so that it kind of lets the ad go through first, but it's quite possible it'll interject an ad in the middle of it. So my apologies ahead of time if that happens.
We'll just have to vamp through the ad.
Yeah. Here's the game itself in action. So it looks like a sort of a board. 2 different colors for each of the players, etc. I don't know too much about the game, so I can't really explain it all that well. Next up, Manic Miner inspired platformer in 8-bit BASIC. Manic Miner, of course, was a hugely popular UK release on multiple platforms, including the Dragon. And we have a CoCo port of it as well. He even did the right graphic intro in here. That pretty well matches the original Dragon version of it. Now, he's released this game before, but he's got updated keyboard routines by Greg Dion, the person that does the MC10 basic compiler.
It's got the music.
Yeah, I'm just going to turn the volume down a little bit here. But basically what he's improved in this version, since he has released this one before, these new keyboard routines basically allow the use of more than one key at once to be registered. And I think it also allows key repeat. So you don't have to sit there and just keep tapping the key to move left. So it should make the gameplay a lot easier. Yeah, he's got all the elements. So he's got like the ladders and the gold and the, moving creatures and bats, etc. So it's quite well done. And the last one, I'm sure Nick will recognize what this is. Can you tell, Nick?
I'm actually not in front of the computer, but describe each pixel for me and I'll see what I can do.
There's a lot of green ones.
Okay, that doesn't narrow it down.
There's some dark green ones on the light green pixels.
Yeah, and they form letters and numbers and stuff. And then there's some colored semi-graphics blocks. Yeah. Does that narrow it down for you yet?
No, I give up.
So this one is basically based on the arcade game Rally X or Rally SG, if you're familiar with Nick's version.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And this one features a machine language routine for refreshing some of the screen, because of course it has to do four-way scrolling. And this routine was written by Darren Atkinson. You may remember him from such hits as the SD card reader for the MC10, the CoCo SDC, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So a little bit of coding magic there, but we'll play a little bit and show you what that one looks like. There's very minimal sound here, I think, because he wanted to keep the speed up. I mean, it's still written in BASIC, even though it has this lemma routine to, move a chunk of the screen around. It still has to redraw the next frame, based in BASIC, so it's not super fast or anything, but it's playable. Even got the smoke screen in here and, four-way scrolling maze, etc.
And the MC10 doesn't have the play command, does it? It's just sound.
No, just sound. It's only got 1-bit sound. It doesn't even have 6-bit sound like we do. It's got a little map on the right there, and
that works.
Pick up the flags.
Oh,
there's a sound effect for you.
Nick's got some competition.
This one's actually closer to the arcades than Nick's, I have to say.
It's an interesting sound.
I was impressed with this one, though. This is pretty good for a basic program with just one little ML routine. It shows you that, using a single ML routine or just a couple small ones, which was quite common back in the day of Chromaset and T&D, that you could make a game that almost feels like an assembly language game just by one or two things being sped up drastically. That's all you really need. So for those that want to write basic games, I mean, I was thinking about this actually. A lot of them say, I can't write this type of a game X because BASIC's too slow to do something, usually scrolling or something like that. So maybe, I know we recently had somebody publish, and was it Paul Fiscarelli or I can't remember who did it now, but somebody made a routine you could generically call for scroll. You do a couple pokes to set up where you want the scrolling to happen. And then you can actually tell it, scroll left, scroll right, scroll up, go down. And within a window you define by a couple of pokes. And then you rate the rest of the game in BASIC. Sorry, go ahead.
That was Glenn Hewlett, wasn't it?
Oh, right. Yeah, it was. You're right.
Because we had like graphics packages, but they always tried to do so much that there was never any room left for your game that you were trying to write.
Yeah, that was the biggest problem with Sundog's Graph Express, because it took so much of the memory out that you basically got like 12, 15K to play with.
Where maybe just a few core processes could,
The other problem was like there was a lot of screen enhancements that gave you like graphical fonts, scrolling windows and stuff like that. Even gave you, character sets that included little spaceships and stuff. But most of those would require the player to buy that package first and then buy your game on top of it, so nobody ever bothered. I mean, now that a lot of stuff has been released, in PD, like I know the Screen 64, I think it's called, by Intel Electronics, we've actually got permission from the author. If you want to write a basic game using that graphic package, go ahead and include it with it. But that was one big problem, and it's one of the reasons I've been trying to speed up a lot of the graphics routines in Nitrous 9 as much as I can, is to enable basic programmers to be able to get something not, like a full assembly language game, but definitely in between what basic and ML would be doing. You'd be getting up to, fairly decent speeds for certain things. And I'll be doing some tech talks on some of the graphic techniques in there at some point. But yeah, this one he did a really good job on, I think. I quite
I'm liking
like this
that.
one. In fact, if you converted this over to the CoCo and then did a double speed up poke for like the CoCo 3 or even the CoCo 1 and 2 30% speed increase one, I think it'd be quite playable. Anyway, that's what Jim's been up to. What I've been up to this week is I released a couple days ago on the Discord. This is for beta testing, so please download and try them out. Let me know if you find any bugs. For reference, I put up the original version, and that's Dicom's Paper Route. So it's a clone of Paperboy from the arcade. It always played a little slow. I know a few people have complained about that over the years, so that was one of the ones I decided to tackle for 6309 optimization. I did manage to optimize it a bit for the 6809. I don't notice a huge difference. I think it's slightly faster, so it might if the game gets busy with cars coming up behind you and stuff, I think it might play a little bit smoother on the 609 version. So you could try that version too. I mean, it just should be a little bit better than the original. But the 609 version, just running in native mode, runs pretty decent. Like there's a noticeable speed up if you put them side by side. And of course, on a CoCo 3, you can add the double speed poke on top of that. Or if you're like Bob and me, you can add in the triple speed poke for the GimeX and give it a shot there too. That's probably going to be too insanely fast. But please play with it over the next week or two. And if it looks like I haven't broken anything, so you can compare it with the original download I put up there as well. I put all 3 versions up. Let me know. Let me know if you hit any problems compared with the original. And if there's not, then by next weekend, I'll upload it to both my site and then also to the Color Computer Archive.
Which channel?
General Game Posts, I believe.
Oh, Game Posts. Okay.
Yeah, you said to report any bugs. What exactly am I going to be looking for?
Well, if it has any signs of Neutroid play in it, then that's a huge bug and has to be removed.
Oh, wait a minute.
Please describe this bug you're talking about.
What is this bug of which you speak?
That's how you return a serve, folks.
It was a pretty soft serve, but anyway, it's the only version of Paperboy we have in the CoCo. There was never one released for the CoCo 3. I don't think the Dragon had a separate version, or some games, we did have versions independent of each other in both sides of the pond. Once this has been kind of tested here, I've mentioned in the General Game Post too that if Karen wants to take a shot at making this available on the Dragon 64, because I believe this required 64K, but the program itself is small enough, it fits in a single 12 granule bin file, so it'll fit 32. So I don't think it has to do anything really fancy like you had to do on Lucifer's Kingdom to get it to work. So basically, and it's a joystick game, so most of the gameplay is joystick based. You don't have to change anything for the Dragon. So that this could be another new Dragon game too, with a 609 and a 609 version to try. Next up, Brian Palmer, fellow Aussie of Nick. He's been doing this a fair bit lately. So he's been taking some of the old soft gold Australian CoCo magazines, Australian Rainbow, etc., and finding some of those game listings that were not in any of the American magazines, and then typing them in because there's no versions on tape that people have been able to find. And sometimes he needs a bit of help on debugging them and stuff too. But he typed in another one here. This one was called Quest by George McClintock. It's a type in text adventure with a little bit of graphics on the intro screen. Originally from Australian Soft Gold magazine. So basically, it's on the CoCo group on Facebook. You can download the disk image as well as see these screenshots that you can see here if you're watching the video version of our show. But download it, give it a shot, see if you find any bugs, report them to Brian. It's basic, so I mean, you might even be able to figure out what went wrong if you take a look. And I'm glad that Brian is doing this because there's a lot of little gems there. Like I know Craig Stewart, of course, who was Nick's kind of rival in the CoCo 3 game space, selling at Tandy in the mid to late 80s. What's that?
Rival. I didn't even know the guy.
Well, you guys were both selling stuff at the same time through Tandy. But some of his very first machine language games in the CoCo were in some of these magazines and never showed up in North America. It's like he did a head-to-head 2-player biplane dogfight game in P Mode 4. I think it was a CoCo 1-2 game in machine language. And that's one I saw, much later on, but that's another one that we never saw here. So kudos to Brian for going through and actually taking the time to type these in, or even trying to OCR them and then trying to correct all the errors. Because this is recovering some of the much lost software. I'm doing another month for Chronological Game for August now, and half the games from August of '82 nobody has that came out new that month. So it's kind of frustrating. Hopefully, some people could dig out some old tapes or discs or something that they got around and find some of these missing ones. If you go to the timeline part of my games webpage, I italicize the ones we're missing. So you can actually go through and get a complete list of everything that's missing. And once I complete the project, I'll make a grand list and then just, basically, hopefully people can volunteer copies of some of these games that we've lost. Because I'm already in the hundreds of games we don't have that were advertised between the launch of the CoCo and August of '82. And I mean, that's only 2 years, basically. Next up, Jack Chadwick does a follow-up. So we covered last week that he created this, not quite a poll, but basically comments on a Facebook post in the CoCo group asking what were the best games on the CoCo 1, 2 and the best games on the CoCo 3 in your personal opinion is. And this week he's going the opposite direction. So now he's asking what is the worst ones on the CoCo 3 and the CoCo 1 and 2. Brian Palmer, in total agreement with David Ladd, goes, CoCo 3, it is Predator as the main character's colors make him camouflage and the controls were crap. And Perry Dewick also agrees, least favorite CoCo 3 game, Predator. So that seems to be a fairly common one. I'm not going to go through all the responses because it's actually still happening. This is an ongoing conversation. But I was just wondering for the people on the panel and the people in the chat, what are some of the worst commercial games? Because I won't hit people for magazine games, type-in games, or freeware because they're free. I mean, you didn't lose anything. But what game did you spend money on, or you would have if you hadn't pirated it, that you thought, if you charge $20 for this, that's a crime?
I agree with RoboCop and Predator, the tiled commercial knockoff side-scrolling Bushniski games.
I have to say, I don't mind RoboCop. That one actually plays okay. I mean, the sound's kind of trash, but it had a fair bit of gameplay in it, multiple levels, etc. And it's a fun game to play. It's visually, actually, you'll see a bit later because there's a story coming up here about RoboCop. But anyway,
but there'd been a lot of Nintendo 3, and the CoCo didn't do Nintendo 3 that well. And that's what these games are trying to be, is the tiled side scrolling. And it does so many other things better that
for me, it was Dexter that was the letdown.
Okay, yeah, that's another one. Same.
Yeah, I think Nick would agree with that too, because it cut off. Like it looked good for the first 5 levels, and then the other levels aren't there.
Yeah.
Somebody ran out of development money.
Well, that one I think was more, Tandy said, no, we don't want that big of a ROM in here because we're not going to pay the extra 50 cents for the chip. Because, I mean, that's what happened to Daggerath. Daggerath was originally a 9.5K game and had more to it than the commercial release. And Tandy said, we're not going to let you go over an 8K ROM, even though the CoCo 1 and 2 can handle a 16K ROM just fine. It was purely on cost, and they spent months. That's why it's copyright 1982 and didn't get released until the summer of 1983, because they had to go back and crunch it down by 1.5K to fit it on an 8K ROM. Ron Delvaux, you weren't much of a game player. Was there any games that you ever saw back in the day that you went, why did people pay for this?
Well, a lot of the stuff on Rainbow on disc, that were games and stuff were pretty lame. It seemed to me. I don't know, maybe because they were free. I don't know. Or,
yeah, a lot of them are written in BASIC, so
cheap.
only certain types of games would run really well.
Yeah, and really, there's so many that I couldn't categorize them. I know the ones I like, but
yeah, defense is one of those. I know
few and far between. Yeah, defense I love. It's real challenging, and I try to get a high score as I can. Sometimes I do, and then I forget to take a picture that I even went that high, which is amazing to me. But yeah, it's kind of fun going through the SD card and looking at games, and every once in a while you find one that's pretty challenging, pretty good. But things that have characters as their little guys running across the screen or I can play the MC10 for that, you know?
Yeah, you're not into that type of game, I guess.
No.
If I could, one more thing, it's amazing how much they threw at games like Predator, and then you play baseball, you know, Rick's old color baseball, and the playability of the game is so much more, even though it's just little stick figures running around. But I used to get people. I sold a CoCo because of that game. A neighbor came over and played it with me for a while, and you sell these? Okay, yeah, I want one to play color baseball. Now you look at how rudimentary the graphics and but the playability is there.
Yeah,
and
I think Rampage falls under that category too, except that Rampage actually compared favorably with other versions on the Nintendo and the Atari and stuff here. Like that was one that a lot of people that I've seen that do the cross-platform thing say that is one of the best Rampages out of everybody. In fact, Bo and Aaron said that when they reviewed it.
You know what game I really like is that White Side game of Battleship.
The one that clicked the cassette relay to simulate the Morse code?
Yeah, I think
that was awesome. I didn't even know it did that. I'd only played it on an emulator before, and I tried on the real one. All of a sudden, what the hell's my cassette relay going? Click, 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 click.
Yeah,
and then you go, oh, it's doing Morse code.
If you think of it, it's a slick game because the flag comes up and you turn it to the right color, and the way it leaves, and there's a lot of thought put into it. And I thought it was a real polished off, nice game.
I agree.
And if you think about it,
was that?
Both of these play to the CoCo strengths, where it's not just another side-scrolling tile game or something repetitive, Mario again. These are all different. The clicky cassette relay,
Yeah. I win a ton of battleship clones on the CoCo from everybody, from Tom Mix to Spectral to whoever, but that Whitesmith one that Ron's talking about is by far the best.
What was that one called?
Battle Stations.
Yeah.
Battle Stations.
It's on my website.
The opening graphic is cool with the guns from the ship next to the lettering.
Really nicely drawn. But the thing that really got me on that one was the cassette relay to simulate the Morse code tapping thing. Because your machine makes audible clicks like real Morse code. Coming from inside the machine, like I didn't know what the heck was going on the first time I ran it on real hardware. I was quite stunned.
That's not an audio sound.
No, it's coming right from inside the computer itself physically. Yeah. It was that floored me. Scared me at first. I thought it'd crash and was going to wreck my machine. But
and what about the submarine game?
Which one? Sub-Battle Simulator, maybe, or Sea Dragon, or
no, the simulator. It seemed to have good graphic screens.
Yeah, that was pretty decent. It was 4-color, 320 by 192, so it's CoCo 3 only. But it's a simulation. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not a strict game. Like you got to know some stuff to play that. You might actually have to read the manual for that one.
Yeah, but the whole warping between battle places was. I lost it there.
Yeah. A couple comments from the chat. So David Ladd has joined us. He says, hello there, everyone. Hello, David. Tom Eric Anderson says, we're talking about the worst games or least favorite games. He said, nobody mentioned Neutroid. Really? And Scott Cooper goes, Pac-Man for the Atari 2600 was a huge letdown. Oh, wait, wrong show. He's not wrong, though.
No, he's not wrong.
Well, Rick mentioned Predator, and that summoned me out of the ether to come on.
Really?
So what did you think of Predator, David?
Just play the video.
Would you really like an honest opinion?
Try to keep it family friendly, but sure.
It sucks. Circular devices.
It was bad. I agree with him.
The funny thing was, when we interviewed Greg, that was his favorite game he ever wrote.
Yeah.
Even funnier was David didn't say anything about Predator when we had him on.
No, but because
he was in shock.
Curtis asked me to politely not start any issues during that interview, so I felt it was best for me to just step away. Because trust me, I've been like horse crap or horse hockey.
The The one thing I will say about Predator, if you ever do get good at it, Mr. Dave 609 actually did. There is a lot to the game. Like the game is long. Like there's a lot of levels. There's a lot of sub levels. There's a lot of new stuff that appears as you go level to level. So there's a lot of exploring to do, which is normally what I like in a game. It's just that the controls are so friggin' impossible. It ruined it. The graphics are okay. I mean, it's not 320. It's a bit lower res for the speed of doing scrolling, like Nick was mentioning, same as RoboCop was. But RoboCop was a much better game control-wise.
Yes, I like RoboCop.
Yeah. And they both use that MMU hardware to add in some extra memory on the cartridges too. But Predator, had so much potential because it's such a long game that you could play it for months. Even if it did have good controls, you could play it for months before you finish it because there's so much to it. But the controls really, really let it down.
They sucked.
Yeah.
Now,
Well, I milked that story.
Well, you talked about controls. I just played Prospector now on the CoCo to confirm that diagonal joystick movement, and it does work. It does make it a lot easier to get in and out of on and off a ladder and picking up the gold and everything.
What, you
the game is
goaded
still
me?
Of course not.
Ouch.
The game is a little bit fast though, so it is easy to still die, but at least the diagonal motion does work.
Were you playing a level 1 or level 2 or 3, Nick?
Just level 1. I turned it off now. I'll play it better later on.
Because that does affect the speed, so I thought maybe you accidentally picked the middle one.
Oh. Damn, now I've got to turn it on again. Okay, maybe that's what I've done wrong again. If only there was a manual.
Do it live. Do it live now.
By the way, Dave does also come out of the ether here. Talking about Predator. Says, wow, Predator, what a great game. So many levels and cool enemies. Very fun challenge in the ice levels. So he's actually quite good at it. And like I said, the game does look like it with tweaks to the controls probably would be a pretty decent game, honestly.
There's
Mikey 6-0, of course, says Color Scripts and Edtasm are his favorite games. I would vote for Edtasm over Scripts it myself. No offense to Robert Kilgis, but
I think I've only gotten like the first 2 or 3 screens, and I thought that was the ice level, the way you slide off those platforms.
What do you guys think of the castle game where it's split screen? There's one on the top, one on the bottom. You play against the computer, and the thing goes. There's a thing you hit back and forth, the little sparkly thing.
There's a few that fill that description. War Kings by Tom Mix, Castle Guard by Tandy.
Castle Guard.
Or what's the one from Computer Shack? Can't remember
the Castle Guard I used to think was stupid at first, and then I'd play it for a little bit, and then I'd let it play itself, and then I tried playing it, and I thought, well, this is pretty challenging because you can't really control it.
That was my problem with the game actually, because I'm used to it's based on Warlords from the arcade and from the Atari 2600, and the arcade version actually allows 4 players at once. You each get a corner.
Ooh.
War Kings, I think, plays closer to the original version, where you can control the ball. It's almost like a Pong game at angles.
Yeah, right.
Whereas Castle Guard was kind of loosey-goosey on the controls. You kind of try to fling the fireball, and it might go in a slightly different direction than you aimed. It might go a little bit slower, faster than you planned. And that was my only problem. But visually, it was one of the first Artifact games I saw that used the extra colors, not just the base 4. And it looks visually it looks like we have 8 to 10 colors on the CoCo artifacting mode.
Yeah,
so
that little sparkly thing that moves around is pretty cool.
Yeah, the fireball. Yeah, I would agree with that. Exile in Paradise, Alan, Alan, you should just pop in and just say these things out loud rather than just typing in the chat. But he says, a game that would be expect to be a failing on the CoCo, Zaxxon was not a disappointment. I was so happy to have that Zaxxon port, even if it was cut down from the arcade. I would have had my brain exploded with the Z89 later, but the CoCo Zaxxon was amazing for the time to be able to play at home. I agree. I actually took that one to school and compared it with the Apple II version, and ours stomped it.
Yeah, I typed that stuff in to not interrupt the constant stream of noise already coming out of everyone else.
No, just add to the noise. That's part of the fun. Anyway, yeah, go put in your votes there. And he kind of wants one for the CoCo 1-2 and one for the CoCo 3. And we've kind of discussed a lot of CoCo 3 ones here. Any CoCo 1 or 2 games commercially that people thought just were not worth the money? Like for example, we were talking about the game of the week that's coming up for Montezuma's Dungeons. There's a commercial version that came out 2 years earlier from Aardvark that is not the greatest. It's got very minimal sound, but I wouldn't say it's horrible. It's just primitive. And like I said, it was the very first venture clone of any home computer or console ever. So I'll give it a bit of slack.
Curtis, here's the thing. In my experience, I've never had to really pay for games all that often. Okay.
No, that's why I put the caveat up front that that you would have had to pay for if you were not a
because
boisterous pirate.
When they just keep coming, and you have friends and you share, you're excited to play. Even if they're bad, you play them because you got them and they were free or whatever.
But would you come back and play them again? Because that's usually the test. Like if you played once and go, Jesus, it's terrible, then you never play it again.
Well, the problem is when you have in the beginning we only had discs, then you only had a finite amount, and what would kill you is if you wrecked a disc and one of your favorite games was on it, and then you had to wait until you had the next month to go back to the meeting and get another copy of it because you screwed it up. Yeah, that was the real experience back then. Now you have SDCs. You have 3 or 4 copies of it put away.
Oh,
and does anybody have a CoCo 1 or 2 game that they particularly thought was not worth paying for?
Neutroid?
Because
you got the fake background.
Yeah, but I can fix it.
No, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't. I don't.
But can Ron fix it?
Hi, Ron's wife.
Exposed. Oh, she's right.
Yeah. She wasn't on. She goes, "How come I'm not on? How come I'm not on? Come on back." What game do you like on the CoCo, Elaine? Nothing. Nothing. What? She's not going to participate.
It's a Mac.
Okay.
So much trouble.
Okay. Well, anyway, put your comments up in the Facebook group. Just follow that conversation and put in your own votes in there, and we'll kind of gather up next week and see what people voted as. I guess you could call it the most overpriced games too, if you wanted to. Like I said, I can't really slam the basic ones or the ones in magazines and magazines because you weren't paying much for those anyway. And it's almost like a volunteer network. It's almost like freeware stuff.
How many Nitrous 9 games are really good?
I might not know. Like Sub Battle runs under Nitrous 9, so that's one that you had mentioned. All the Sierra games, a lot of the Floyd Wrestler games. There's, the PAC OS9 game. There's
Rescue on Fractolis.
Yeah, Chronos Rift.
Right. When you get into OS9, when you get into CoCo 3 games, they're OS9 games.
Yeah, if they're coming from Tandy, they usually were. Except for cartridge stuff.
Really were. Yeah,
Truly, one game that I dislike for the CoCo 1 and 2. And I've discussed well, in all seriousness, and I've discussed this with the author of the game, and I'm sure it's coded just fine, but I do not like Megabug.
Oh, okay, that's a surprise.
I never even tried to get into it.
But it's not for me.
It's not your thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, because that was actually a cross-platform one. That's also on the Atari, the Apple II, etc. So it was popular enough to, and they renamed it every time for some stupid reason, even though it was by the same company.
Right.
I mean, go in Facebook CoCo group if you want to put in your votes for what you think are the worst games on the CoCo 1, 2, and 3 for commercial games, or at least favorite. Doesn't have to be based on technical merit. It could just be the game itself. The whole concept just sucks.
I used to think Dallas Quest. I used to think Dallas Quest was terrible, but as the time has gone by, to not hear the CoCo's intro with the song and having the graphic up, and then Sue is sitting there, waiting for you to say something nasty to her. It was kind of fun after a while.
Yeah, I didn't mind that one, but I liked adventure games, so that was.
Once I got past that first maze where you couldn't get out of except by blind accidental chance.
Yeah, sure.
What really set me up on that one was the David Ladd rendition of the theme song.
Cat Dallas. And who shot J.R. Mewing?
Meowis.
I guess growing up in the city, I didn't really hear the music so much. It just kind of.
Well, some of the graphics in the Dallas game, like when you mess up, there's a cowboy that comes up and says you're dead or whatever, and the artwork's really good. The horse is upside down or whatever it was.
Right.
Yeah. It was pretty good, actually. The one thing it added from Sands of Egypt, which was by the same company we did earlier, besides animated graphics, which they both had, was that there was music and sound effects in Dallas Quest. There was none in Sands of Egypt. It was just dead silent the whole time. Like when you find that broken bugle and you try to play it and it plays that really off-key set of notes there just on purpose. Like that, I laughed out loud when I first saw that.
Especially when you had the stampede coming at you and you had to use it or else you was dead.
Yep.
Oh, I played that game so much.
And then here, I'm just showing on the screen. I won't go into it because we went into it last week, but this is the original vote from the previous week where he was asking people for the best games on the CoCo 1, 2, and the CoCo 3. And for some deluded reason, he picked Nick games for both himself. So, and the really ironic thing is that one of the two games he picked, the CoCo 3 one he liked the best, is actually the one that Nick, out of all the ones he's wrote himself, he probably hates the most.
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
Right, that reminds me, I've got to send him the check.
Another one? Because Taz said he already got the other check you sent, so.
RoboCop, MSX edition.
Well, basically, this is the history of RoboCop. So this is a coverage of the entire RoboCop franchise in the arcades, as well as every home port. And it's an hour-long video. And it does some comparisons. And actually, the CoCo one was ranked fairly high on these. And actually, if you compare it with some of the other ones, like the Apple II version, you can see why. But I'll just play a little clip here. So they got the very tail end of the MSX version here, so you can kind of compare. And the MSX is based on the Spectrum version, which is why, to avoid color clash, the entire player is white and black, and then you get color only on the status part at the bottom.
Look at the picture on the wall or the window.
Now, they had better sound because they were using the Spectrum that had the sound chip. But
a version was released for the TRS-80 CoCo by Data East and looks to be based on the NES version. This game was one of two super cartridges designed for the CoCo with a built-in memory manager unit. The other one was Predator. In this version, RoboCop has been inflicted with an even more significant case of rigor mortis, as he only has 2 frames of walking animation. Speaking of rigor mortis, the music isn't bad, although it does sound like something you would find playing at a funeral parlor. Another highlight of this version are the topless crackheads who are very proficient at flying kicks.
I went through some of the other ports that are in this video here, and a fair number of them run like about half to a quarter the speed that you were watching the CoCo 3 run in, which surprised me. So actually, our version actually does stack up probably in the middle. I mean, it's not as good as, say, an Amiga or Atari ST version, obviously, but as far as the 8-bit machines go, we weren't by far weren't the worst version of it.
Way better than Predator.
Yeah.
Oh, well, this game I played quite a bit besides Thexter. This game and Thexter I played a lot when I got the CoCo 3.
Like here's the ZX Spectrum version.
There are some new minigames, such as a photo puzzle in which you have to make an exact
But you notice to avoid the color clash, everything's two color, basically.
In the criminal database. There are also some third-person perspective sections where you have to shoot the bad guy holding a hostage. The playability is very good, and the animation is fairly smooth. If you have the 128K version, you are greeted with excellent in-game music and
at least he doesn't look like he's
from the movie.
Needs to go to the toilet.
But here's the Apple II version, for example. It looks really nice and colorful because it's composite, but there's no scrolling.
It doesn't scroll, and it features choppy animation.
And as soon as you get a couple characters on the screen, it really slows down.
Arcade game, but it does control well enough. There is no music, and the sound effects are tiny little popcorn farts, which thankfully are not SPD.
Did he see what I heard?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
he did.
That's what he said.
You did.
Oh, thank God we don't have smell-o-vision.
1-bit sound. Yay.
I mean, to be fair, the Apple came out in 77, so you're dealing with technology 3 years older than the CoCo. And, by that time, things had caught up a bit. Color-wise, though, this is one of the better color games I've seen on the Apple. Now, Mark, you're probably more familiar with this game than I am. Is this the 2GS or the 2E extended graphics modes, or would this be just really well-done color mixing?
I think it's too good for, I haven't ever played this, so I don't know. It looks more like the enhanced graphics, the 2E or 2C, or maybe the 2GS.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of looks like it. Except I'm hoping it's not the 2GS, because the 2GS should be running it way faster than this.
Yeah. It's probably the extended 2E and 2C mode, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Possible. They did a lot of color dithering too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's some colors there that aren't artifact based.
Well, they did have 6 basic colors. They had the phase shifting. You could control the 1 bit per
Yeah, the
1
phase
bit per byte.
shifted ones.
So you can get the what is it? The
Blue and orange.
green and
Purple, blue and orange.
yeah, right.
Black and white.
Plus the black and white we had.
But that one's got a lot more colors though in it.
Yeah, and this could have been
Skin tones
composite
and-
because they could do the same tricks we do on composite. You can kind of sneak extra colors if we put 2 colors beside each other.
Yeah. And maybe what they're
There's a few grays though.
The
There's
broken
white.
windows are exactly the same.
Yeah, you're right, actually. So that must be the enhanced 2E style.
Yeah.
Those have 16 colors in high res mode, so more like
That makes sense then.
Yeah.
But still, we came out surprisingly well in the 8-bit arena. Like once you go to the ST and the Amiga and some of the later stuff, of course, or PC stuff or arcade or whatever, we weren't even close. But not a bad showing, to be honest. Now, here's another Manic Miner video from Retro Sutra, and this is going through and comparing a variety of versions of Manic Miner. They've got 4 kind of more popular ones here listed as part of their intro screen. So the ZX Spectrum, the Sam Coupe, the Game Boy Advance, and the Amiga. They cover a lot more systems besides that, including the Dragon version. And you can definitely tell that the Dragon one was based on the Spectrum one because the graphics are exactly the same, except there's no, the color squares you can identify or program for on the Spectrum. But basically, it's pixel identical because they have the same graphics mode we did, 256 by 192. You just can change a block of every 8 by 8 to a color. Sound-wise, this is one where the intro screen on most of the versions will actually have a little piano keyboard on the bottom and it'll show which notes are playing. But on the Spectrum, it sounds absolutely horrible. There's a Dragon version, kind of get the idea of speed there. I'll just play the little intro at the beginning here.
That's actually a song.
Yeah, so I played the actual, multi-voice music. Let's see if I can find the Spectrum here. Watch your ears on this one.
Oh, dear Lord. Ow.
Now, granted, this is I believe this is on the 1-bit sound earlier Spectrum, not the AY chip equipped Spectrum. So obviously they could have done it
Right.
much better. But
Don't think you
Out
got
of
the
tune.
timing right.
actually hearing that, I'm wondering why did they bother leaving that in there? Because that could not have sold the machine well. But you can tell with the graphics here, the graphic characters are identical pretty well, except you get the color built in, and the sound is pretty well identical to the Dragon version. So I don't know if the Dragon version used 1-bit sound too, and they just converted it straight over, or if it did use 6-bit and just kind of duplicated the equivalent.
Oh, popcorn farts.
The only other difference I saw between the Spectrum and the Dragon versions, the little keys you have to jump up and get, like this one here and this one here. On the Spectrum version, they cycle through colors. On the Dragon, they blink on and off because, of course, with black and white, what color are you going to recycle it through? But yeah, if you want to see comparisons with, even getting up to a whole bunch of, more obscure UK-based machines and even some 16-bit stuff later on.
What's the
like
Amiga one look like? Because
BBC Micro, Amstrad.
the picture you had at the
SX.
How come
before had
when it's black and white they can't show like shades of gray?
Here's the Amiga version.
because they're black and white.
Yeah, that's it.
This one's even got stereo.
What's this one? The
Amiga.
Oh, this
they
is
stole
Amiga.
the music from Elite.
Yeah, this is more pleasant than the other one.
Yeah, Spectrum was pretty bad.
It has a little quaver to it though, like.
What?
Oh yes,
Oh,
I
it's
definitely
still-
like the sound on this one much better than the other one.
Yeah.
It's still very retro graphics though, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, they basically took the exact same shapes for most of the games,
Yeah.
or most of the ports, I should say, and just left them the same. They just, there's no color clash and color in this
Yeah,
game.
I thought they'd enhance it, but no, they didn't.
Now here's Manic Miner 2 on the Amiga from 1990, a couple years later. Quite an improvement.
Ah,
Oh,
yeah, that's an enhancement.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like that.
I never cared for Pitfall.
Well, I like Cave Walker and things like that. It would be nice if we
Yeah,
had
Cave Walker's
some
great.
more of games like this for the CoCo 3.
Right.
Yeah, who wants there's a wind up with a big fat nose.
Yeah, they have a bit of more humor, I think, in this than the original.
Kind of a Cubert node.
Yeah.
Because even your main character that you're playing here, it kind of looks like he's half asleep or something.
Yeah, and he's got
Right.
one tooth.
Mr.
You- And that wind-up thing just sticks on you somehow with the sucker cup nose. So
Yeah.
makes it useful. Yeah, I like it.
But I like these comparison videos because some of these versions I've never seen before. So you get to finally compare with, some other machines. I might remember a few like Apple IIs. I had a lot of friends with those. A few people at TIs and Atari 8-bits and stuff, or even some of the 16-bit machines like the ST and the Amiga. But there's a lot of these machines I've never seen. And it's fun to see, like, with whatever hardware base these different machines had, how well did they do? How good did the programmers know the CoCo? How good did they know some of these other machines and compare what they look and sound like? And then speaking of War Kings, which we talked about earlier when Ron was talking about Castleguard, this is the Tom Mix version of that same game here, Ron. But that was the game they picked for Tim and AJ for My Drunk Sibling, episode 108 of Sibling Rivalry. So I'll play a little bit at the beginning and I'll fast forward to the gameplay. Spoiler alert, AJ won all 3 games against Tim on this one. And they always come up with these cute intro graphics.
AJ, welcome to another episode of Sibling Rivalry, the show where we play games with each other.
Yeah, old video games from the 80s and 90s when we were kids.
He's got Kool-Aid.
Not quite.
Well, at least you hope it's
Making
Kool-Aid.
my mic a little better.
Back when we played it, right?
And drinking at Cos.
Correction. I got one.
Oh, gosh.
I didn't get one. I got one.
So have you played this version, Ron?
We're breaking down walls,
No.
AJ.
You know what? It reminds me of Quicks.
What the heck is this?
Yes! By all means, give me more points.
Oh.
I won because Tim played stupidly.
AJ didn't win. Tim lost.
I won. That's
There's a
win.
flatline sound.
Anyway, you guys might recognize the author's name, C.J. Rosland, if you're longtime readers of Rainbow magazine, because he actually had an assembly language teaching column in Rainbow in the early 80s, like 82-ish, 83-ish, called Charlie's Machine. And he used to do things explaining how graphics worked and stuff and write little assembly language listings. And he did some other commercial games. Like he did Zaxxund, the other clone of Zaxxon, and a few others as well. And the last of the game on is Expertech, which is a Spanish-speaking site. He's got a real CoCo that he hooks up to an amber screen monitor. And this time around, he's actually playing an arcade-style game, 3D arcade-style game from Tandy called Androne, which I'm sure some of you are familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll play just a quick clip with some translation on the screen.
Ahí está, andrones, vean. Sí, pues tiene una vista ahí como de tridimensional, de andar en laberintos.
I still remember the elevator. I thought that was a cool
Un
effect.
ascensor y bajamos a un nivel desconocido. A la derecha podemos ver que hay una especie de brújula y debajo hay una cantidad de
And
energía.
some people call this kind of a 3D Pac-Man with some shooting elements. Would you guys agree with that? Or is it a little bit too different?
I never cared for this game.
Se supone que eso es pared, pero se ve como si fuera una
Too
habitación.
simple.
Los efectos no eran buenos, ¿no?
I know on later levels it gets a bit more complicated, but
Hay unas marcas en
like it's harder to kill the alien things.
Vamos a avanzar, qué feo sonido.
I didn't mind this one. It's not the first time we saw a 3D eat the dots thing. We had several in the CoCo before this came
Ahí
out.
está, aparecen unos monstruitos acá. Tenemos que disparar.
Well, I like the fact that it's got the Spanish to English translation down there for you.
Yeah.
Well, no, I turned that on in YouTube.
Yeah, I
For
know.
those of you who
but
don't
that's
know,
what I
you can
mean.
go to settings and do the auto translate and closed captioning turned on, and you can actually do that with most videos, actually.
You know, it's too bad they didn't use their AI features to actually do audio dub overs.
That would actually be a useful use of that technology. I agree.
So can you turn on English dubs of an English program to see how bad it screws up? That would be a good test.
So that's it for the Game On news. Now, before I get into the regular news, I'm going to cover some upcoming events, etc. Just as reminders to people here. So let me switch screens if I can. It's not going to let me do it. Okay, I'll stop share first.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCo Nation News with L Curtis Boyle.
You see how you used the notch of that board to hold the solder?
So our first news item is, Bob, how is it going?
It's going pretty well. Still struggling to find some of the parts I know I have around here somewhere. Most of the sockets in place.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Wow, that's quite a bit of progress since we last checked in.
It almost looks like a computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what's funny, Bob, is I was checking because I got one of these boards two that I haven't assembled yet due to, well, some issues going on here. But I was going to do something like the new C64 board that's being sold. I was going to use those new low profile ZIF sockets that have a lever that's on the end. I'm like, those are like almost $20 a piece.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeehaw.
I actually have some regular ZIF sockets that I forgot to use, but that's okay.
Right.
Well, one time I wanted to do like a, I don't know how many people here watch Adrian's Digital Basement, but I wanted to do a CoCo version of the, instead of the ZIF 64, I wanted to do a ZIF CoCo, where all the socketed components were in ZIF sockets.
And ZIF stands for zero what?
Insertion force.
Insertion.
All right. How about when they come out?
It's also zero.
Okay.
So you never pinned anything. You know, it's a shame. Adafruit sells like 40 column ZIF sockets for $4, but that's the only kind they sell. That's the only size they have. And they're cheaply made, but you aren't going to use them often in an application like this. You know, you're going to use it once, twice, 3 times is a lot. So you don't need 3M text tool quality sockets.
Well, it was just something I thought would be cool to do. Especially, of course, Adrian uses the board for testing. And I figured, well, if you've got a board that's known good, which of course these boards are really nice looking. And I figured those nice looking ZIF sockets would make a good complement And then like you get a whole bunch of 6309s in that need testing. You could just pull it out, pop a new one in, test it, pop it out, put next one in, you know.
Yeah.
You know, over time, as any of these chips get hot enough to make the white turn a little color, like around the gimme or something?
Don't worry, the dust will
Nah.
take care of that.
Yeah,
Now-
we'll do some soldering and get some fresh flux to cover the brown up.
There you go.
Since we're about to get into the news here, if some people get too bored and fall asleep during the news segment, as per normal, Bob, do you want to give your YouTube URL so people can actually watch you do this live too?
I don't have a URL handy, but just if you go to YouTube and search La CoCo Strangiato, like stranger, but by the time you get to the G, it should pop up, I think.
Bob, are you going to be putting the 128K RAM in there, or are you going to leave those empty to put a
So yeah,
512?
the plan is to build it completely stock. I'm going to build it 128K and I'll put the RF modulator, and then I will do upgrades after that.
And then you will clip the two
I'll put the little caps in and then clip them back out.
and then clip them.
Yeah. And then I've got a small problem here. This pin 40 is plugged.
You got a tiny drill?
I don't have any tiny drills.
And you don't have a super sucker solder solution.
What's it
Well,
plugged
it's
with?
not solder though. It's like the white paint.
Oh.
It's like epoxy.
How about
Need
a needle?
Yeah.
Does that mean there's no metal around the pin?
Oh,
Or maybe your
still
clip,
metal there.
or like your clip off wires.
If you have a thumbtack,
That I could probably find.
Yeah, you might be able to just poke it out that way.
Yeah.
now,
Or
so
heat.
what's going on here? Because this CoCo that you're building up has this weird yellow connector on the back, and my CoCo 3 does not have such a thing. So this what's going on here?
So I had to make do with yellow and white, whatever I could find.
You're going with actual standards instead of Tandy using whatever color came out there.
Yeah.
I don't have an M port on mine.
By the way, the person that created this board design here is actually in the chat now too, Bob, if you had any comments for him.
Everything has been pretty smooth other than that one plugged hole. And like I said, there were a couple of components that he's moved since then. So they're in different locations on his interactive bill of materials, but it's been pretty straightforward to find it all.
And also, Mark has posted the link directly to your YouTube stream if people want to watch it.
Excellent, thank
directly
you.
there.
Oh, I thought I posted it too.
And why the name Athena?
That's a Rocky Hill question.
Yep, he's in the
that's
chat, so he
what
can
I-
answer.
Yeah, that's why I said it.
But that was also part of my logic in deciding to call this just the CoCo 3A.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Kind of goes along with the Tandy theme, CoCo 2B, whatever. So
Well, it goes along with the theme of Tandy assembly.
yeah.
Well, also Tandy Athena, the A can stand for Athena. So
The answer was because it's a clone, and he's a fan of the Battlestar Galactica reimagined series. And one of the Cylon clone characters was named Athena.
Okay.
I thought it was a CoCo 3A because maybe is this a Canadian project?
I just had a hacker thought here.
How's the soldering going, eh?
Well, your plugged hole. It's less important to clear the hole than it is to not break the pad on top from the pad on the bottom. when is it actually better to just lay a little blob of solder on top and then put the socket down like a BGA situation where you
Run a bodge wire from around the edge of the board?
Well, no, because in theory, the pad on top and the pad on bottom are connected through the through plating.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you were damaged the through plating trying to clear out the hole. So at what point do you just leave the hole plug and solder to the top?
Yeah, right. Well, I would probably notice that point before I screw anything up.
Before you screwed it up that far, yeah.
Pin 40 is actually used. That's +5, isn't it?
Yeah, you kind of need that part.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Aren't all the pins used?
No,
not necessarily.
Not always.
Really?
Yeah.
Pedro's saying I wouldn't try a blob of solder.
For instance, a 7.4 LS30 doesn't use 3 of its 14 pins. 16 pins. However many pins it's got, it doesn't use 3
You
of
get
them.
those extra ones for free.
Yeah, they're just there.
Oh,
My
wow.
decoupling caps are too wide for the holes on the board here. So I'm
You
gonna
get to stand them up weirdly, right?
I'm gonna just get some newer ones, better fit, rather than force those.
You just stand them up like vertical resistors and everyone thinks you're weird.
Yeah, maybe.
Did you try and make sure that all those sockets have the little cutout in the same direction, or do you flip them around for some of the future people that might be using the board?
I actually did on these 40 pin sockets. There's no notch.
Oh, really?
So I'm gonna take my silver Sharpie and put a dot on these once I get them all in there.
That's good.
Yeah, they're labeled on the board itself. They're on the silk screen, but
Right. They
Yeah.
should be on the sockets, but you don't see it.
I see 2 have them. One
Yeah,
have 'em.
one of the
Not the
things
big
that I
ones.
do on sockets that don't have the nipples, I'll just take the soldering iron and make the divots in the socket, so that way at
You
least
weld
you
it
know,
right in there. Yeah.
hey man, if they didn't do it, then I gotta.
So then when you get plastic on your end of your soldering gun, then you have to wipe it off with your fingers, right?
No, I just use Curtis's hair.
I quit soldering. That's why I still have hair. Because I know
that
most of
didn't-
your soldering people don't.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, that's also because I like snorting the fumes from the resin.
Such a rush.
That explains it.
I don't even know what to say to that.
He has a third hand.
Yeah, I like that technique. I just hold the board in the right place. Interesting.
So, Bob, you're still gonna be doing this for a bit?
Yeah, I'm almost out of solder.
Yeah, the spool's starting to trail around it. It's not unrolling by itself anymore. So
Because basically, Bob, I'll go into the news stuff now and
Ooh.
also the announcements for upcoming stuff on the show. And then if you get done to as far as you're planning on going today before I get to the end of it, just kind of interrupt and
Alright.
show us where you're ending off for the day.
Go for it.
send solder now.
He's gonna stop when he runs out of solder.
I didn't see a real-time clock anything on there.
No, that's gonna be the next board revision, I think, where they start adding the new stuff, just like the Dragon boards.
I think I saw Bob's watch in one of the frames. There's your clock.
Excuse me.
Julian Brown, who actually is the one who's creating some of those Dragon boards, along with Kieran, says in the chat here, naming boards is a fine art and needs careful consideration.
Yeah, it's there forever. Huh?
Anyway, so announcing some stuff coming up. Before I get to the ones on the screen, a couple that are just going to be verbal here. So we've actually started getting some interviews scheduled again. So the first one coming up will be November the 25th. So that's 2 weeks from now. We'll have Joe Ahern, hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly, and David McNally, who created the newsletter magazine TRS-80 Computing, which was renamed to Color Computing in the last year of its existence. That they started as 13-year-olds back in June of 1987, and they ran it up until 1992. So they're going to be on to talk about the history of that, kind of showing things off. So definitely come out and check that. There is actually, Joe has uploaded every single issue they did, including an unreleased one they never quite finished back in the day. That's on the Color Computer Archive. You go to the magazine section and just look for Tier City Computing. You should find it there. And looking forward to that, because I mean, having 13-year-olds actually keep on track enough to publish a magazine newsletter for 5 years and get it big enough circulation-wise. They actually had people like Bob Vanderpool writing articles for it. They actually had advertising from third-party advertisers, et cetera. I'm quite impressed. I know how hard it was just to do a Joe Blow style newsletter in our computer club, and they took it to a whole level.
How old was Mr. Vanderpool? He's like 14 or 15?
Oh no, he's quite a bit older.
Oh,
he's a professional developer already by that point. But looking forward to that. So I don't think I do. I was thinking I might have had a window open to it. Oh, maybe I do. Here we are. So this is the Color Computer Archive. You can see a note from the publisher, which is basically explaining the history of when they started, et cetera. And they've got the issues from June of 87 right through to the previously unreleased, partially complete February of 92. And just to show you what the 13-year-olds came up with, here's the very first issue they did. And then compare
there
it
is
with what
some honest love for the CoCo in even that first one.
Yeah, agreed. And here's what it ended up being near the end, 5 years later. When they started getting into multiple languages, they started using OS 9, all kinds of stuff in here.
That's
Reviews.
the downfall, is it?
What's that?
Nothing.
No, they didn't write about Neutroids. There was no downfall.
They have a review of Predator.
Did they do? I can't remember. I've actually gone through these all briefly here to kind of start preparing questions for them for the interview. But at any rate, they'll both be on in 2 weeks. Mark, I'm just waiting for them. We're probably hoping to get maybe a test Zoom call in, maybe on a Monday night or Wednesday night or something like that. I have to make sure that their schedules can coincide. Now, I think they're more in the East, so I think if they want it a bit later. So it might be better maybe to have Mark. Well, actually, no, Mark, that'd be even worse, wouldn't it? Like 8:30 Eastern. What would that be for you, Mark? Both
8:30
Marks.
Eastern, 5:30 my time.
What time would that be for you, Mr. Bosley?
8:30 Eastern to be 7:30 my time.
Well, it's not too bad for either of you then. So once I get confirmation back here, we'll see if we can set something up. They both used Zoom before, so it's just a matter of making sure the camera works properly and the volume levels are okay.
Oh.
So anyway, if you want to go check these out and maybe get some questions yourselves here to ask during it, because of course during our interviews we have live questions from the panel and live questions from the chat. But if you want to be a little bit prepared ahead of time, you got 2 weeks to go through all these issues. And there's actually some pretty cool programs and stuff there too. So.
No more math.
Hey, Curtis, do you know if how much do you know about the archive? Does it actually have a backup somewhere?
I have no idea yet. That's Guillaume that one.
Oh, I wondered if you would know that.
I don't.
Message at one point. I don't think I heard back from him though. But yeah, I'd like to know if he has a backup somewhere. Very critical.
That's a good question. Like part of the whole legacy thing we've been talking about in the past.
Exactly.
It'd be tough to do all this work and then poof.
Yeah. I mean, he does do that zip file every 6 months, whatever, where he puts everything into one big zip. You can download the whole archive in one shot. So that if anybody's downloaded that, they have a backup from that time period. But that's only done every 6 months. So you might lose 6 months of something.
Well, and you'd have to rebuild the whole site. If the site went down, then having a backup is a long way from having the site back up.
But at least you would have all the disk images and manuals and magazines and stuff. So that would be better than nothing. But yeah, you're right. It would take quite a bit to recreate it.
Another thing I thought about is all these programs are all zipped, correct?
Yes. Maybe not all of them, but yeah, I think the majority.
So isn't that a big inconvenience now, since that hard drive space is not anything even to worry about? And why wouldn't they just leave them as DSK files and not zip?
I do know the reason for that. If you have multi-disk programs, is the person downloading a disk going to know he needs disk 2, 3, and 4 to run this program properly without it crashing?
Well, can't that be in a folder?
Well, that's what essentially what the purpose of the zip is. You download one file and you get all of the files you need.
Yeah.
And the
Whereas if you
processing-
just had a folder, like you might download Contra's disk 1, thinking that's the only one you need, and then when you try to run it, doesn't run because you didn't download 1, 2, and 3. Whereas if you download the zip, you're getting all 3 right off the bat.
And the other thing too is, Ron, not everybody's as
anxious.
No, not everybody is as privileged as you having high speed internet. There are still other people out here that are on dial-up that still
That's true.
And also, you also got to think is that this is something that you have to take account when you're buying hosting space. A 186K file or 180K versus a 1K file takes up less space, and a lot of web hosting are not unlimited. So do you really want to have GIME have to pay even more per month to have every file fully extracted? Think about all of those Nitrous 9 disk images that are 128 meg each.
Yeah, but you
Those
know,
are
if you put everything together, what do you got? Maybe 100 gigabytes. That's it.
It's huge. It's huge.
I mean, it
10
isn't
to
a
1.
terabyte. Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, but you got to
wanna
think
play-
people downloading things. You're also, when you're hosting, you're also metered. So when you transmit stuff, the larger the files, the more data you're consuming, which means again, who's going to pay for that?
And you're tracked download by download. So the size of each download is multiplied by the number of people downloading it. So every byte you can save on network is worth saving. So
Yeah, because otherwise you start getting into extra tiers where you're doing, like if you're serving the stuff, like the archive does. You know, if you've got 500 people downloading Nitrous 9, 128 meg each, versus 65 meg compressed. I mean, that's literally doubling it, and you might get in the next tier where now they're having to pay their internet provider $100 a month instead of $50 a month just to host it, or escalating even beyond that. So,
Ron, there's 2 other reasons also. One of them is kind of minor with old stuff, which is time date stamps are preserved in the zip files. But the other critical thing too is they're error checked with CRC32, which means there's 1 chance in 4 billion you download it, you uncompress it, and it says it's good and it's not. So think about the disk images, something might happen to it, and then it doesn't work right. Then you go, what's wrong with this? So,
as long as the last 3 letters of the extension are good, the file's good, right? Whereas zip, you got a very slim chance.
Basically, we got to protect the people that want to go online and download it 300 baud. Okay.
Well, there's more to it than that.
I know.
It's way more than
I
that.
know.
Yeah, way more. Yeah.
Nothing like
Plus
backward compatibility.
Plus, it's tradition. It's
plus the
vintage.
fact, like under Nitrous 9, you can actually unzip the files yourself because we have an unzip utility in Nitrous 9.
Yeah, that's handy.
Yeah, we need that extra step.
Yeah, and in PCs, you don't even know it's zipped. You can treat a zip file like a regular folder and just go in there and pull crap out of it. So it doesn't really even matter on PC or Linux anymore.
Yeah, and actually with the most current update to Windows 11, it supports RAR 7Z and some other formats too now.
So anyway, that interview is coming up in 2 weeks, so be here for that. Have your questions ready. We're still waiting. Doug Maston, the author of Contras, is going to be doing a dual interview as well with Glenn Dahlgren of Sundog. He took a bit of a step back on his physio a little while back, so he was hoping to be ready to do the interview by the end of November. I don't think that's going to happen. It's still possible, but I mean, now we're starting to book interviews too. So hopefully in December we'll get that going. And I'm working on a third interview right now that basically he said yes, and now it's just a matter of booking time. And I want to try to book him ahead and far enough ahead of time that we can actually pre-announce it so people know they're coming up. So be looking forward to another interview getting set up as well. Now back to the upcoming events. So the first one, VCF Southern California, February 17th to 18th, 2024 at the Hotel Fair Event Center in Orange, California. This is the return of VCF in Southern California. I think it's been there for a while. Hopefully we'll get to see some CoCo people down there, and they can come and give us a report either during the show live if possible, but if not, a little summary at the end, kind of like Mikey did for the Tandy Assembly meeting in San Francisco here, like he did earlier in the show, would be great. Of course, the 32nd annual last Chicago CoCo Fest, the constantly getting more inappropriately named every year. It's happening. Whoops, that's the update on September 7th. It's actually on May 4th and 5th to 2024 at the Holiday Inn and Suites Chicago Carol Stream, which is where it was last year, and we had a lot of fun there. So looking forward to that one. That's the CoCo's main event as far as trade shows go. And then Boatfest Retro Computer Expo 2024. This takes place June 14th to 16th at the Social Event Space in Hurricane, West Virginia. That's, of course, Aaron and Brent and Boat and spouses and a ton of people come out there. This is much more gaming oriented, though they do hardware upgrades and stuff too and have some hardware for sale. Frank is one of the sponsors from Retro Rewind, and he actually does repairs and stuff there, or he gets his peons like Jason to do it for him. But it's always a fun time. Ken was there last year as well, and we had a good time there. Except for trying to maybe navigate up those stairs when it was kind of creaking along. But no problem this year. New event. It's on ground level.
Just remember, don't use your GPS.
Right?
Yeah. Well, on that one block anyway. Also, don't go driving through a pouring rainstorm through a back alley to get to a restaurant. Because they have potholes about the size of Texas there.
That was just because the GPS told us to go there.
Yeah, it was literally, and it actually wrecked the guy's car, and it was a Mercedes or something, wasn't it?
No, it's a Camaro.
Camaro, yeah, it was not cheap to repair, and he had to fly back home because it was not even drivable.
Yeah.
So when you see the sign, "Don't trust your GPS in this area," there they mean it.
They mean it. Did I mention a drive a
Bring a boat for Boat Fest.
You could sail through the potholes.
Yeah. Well, we took a look at that pothole afterwards. Geez, it was like, what, 8 feet across and a foot and a half deep or something. And of course, with all the water running, it just looked level. So boom, bottomed out in it.
If it wasn't for that little Chevette in the bottom, you would have went way down.
Right. I think it was Frank's skid plate that we left behind too.
Well, I lost my skid plate during the ice storm. That's when it broke in my car during that same trip. Because that's when we slid off the side of the road and we are kind of at an angle on the curb part. That's probably not enticing people to attend these things, is it?
No, it isn't.
Oh, and Frank is reminding to watch out for deer as well.
I was there when that happened because he was live talking with Boat, and we were watching the transcription. He actually said of the transcription afterwards.
I would recommend a Dodge Ram when you go.
Yeah, deer, you gotta watch out for couches.
Yeah, that's on the way to CoCo Fest. Basically, both these shows are dangerous to drive to, is all I can say. Yeah. But yeah, that was you get experiences on these trips, let's put it that way. Okay, so on to the actual news now, finally. So first up, we got Chibia Kumis, who has done a ton of assembly language programming tutorials on a variety of machines and game consoles, and actually has several books published that cover these too. 6809 is covered in one of them. So right now, he's actually getting into something he has not covered on the CoCo before, and I don't think he's done a Dragon version of this yet either. And they are going to be different, which is how do you do disk I/O? Everything he's done so far has either been directly in the emulator or cassette-based or ROM cartridge-based. So this is actually how to call in, file formats, how to set up, calling ROM calls, etc., to set up, saving and loading, etc. And he's got two parts to it. So he's got the video version here, which I won't play any. You can go check it out. It's an 11-minute video. But he also has his sort of text web page version. So if you're not into watching videos to do it, you can actually go through, and this kind of follows along with the video, so you can actually view this while you're watching or listening to the video as well. But basically showing you how to do it here and how to automatically fire it up in emulators, etc. too. So if you want to learn how to do disk I/O on the CoCo, it's a really good tutorial for it. And that is one thing that I think the original CoCo disk ROMs are a bit slacking on, is that the official quote unquote ROM calls that Tandy and Microsoft actually detail in the manual are very minimalistic. It's basically read and write sectors, and pretty well that's about it. It's they don't have any of the file system exposed with these calls. You have to do everything manually. You want to update the granule table, better do it manually. You want to actually write to the disk, you better figure out where on the disk to go, seek to that track and sector, and start writing the sectors, which is dumb. That's not the way a real OS would do. You actually would have some stuff for like open a file or create a file, like a real OS like Nitros 9 or Flex does.
So how does he
Go
what
ahead.
does he do? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think he just calls them ROM calls, if I remember.
Okay. Like not just the Discon one.
Yeah, because the Discon gets complicated, as you did. I think you hit that problem too, Nick, at one point, didn't you?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
It's more complicated than it needs to be, and you can't trust just. Well, you could probably nowadays since we only have 2 official ROMs, but you couldn't trust back in the day jumping to a direct ROM address because once Disk 1.1 came out and everything moved, it broke a ton of commercial software like Telewriter broke and VIP Writer broke and a bunch of other stuff all broke because we were doing the direct calls. So it was just kind of a bad design that they didn't put in more exposure to the file system as opposed to just the disk system. And of course, later on, you had ADOS and RGB DOS and all this other stuff too that you had to worry about.
Keep in mind that they weren't delivering a DOS; they were delivering disk basic.
Basic, yeah,
when
exactly.
you go look
Yeah,
at
but they
the-
could have had a couple of extra vectors at the beginning because they had an K.5 empty on the ROM still. It wasn't like they didn't have the space. Even after one point when they added the DOS command, where they could have just added in like instead of just disk on, you could have had disk open, disk close.
Could have had a
stuff like
picture
that.
of 3 people.
Well, actually, they are in there. I have used them when I did my DigiScan. That's what I did, but they're not official. You've got to know where to jump in.
No, but that's the point. Like
basic
if you
ROM.
wanted to write it to be backwards compatible with disk 1.0, yours probably doesn't work.
No, it does because
How
I
did you
checked
do it
to
then,
see
Nick?
what. Yeah, well, it's a different jump point. So at the beginning of the code, I say what version ROM have you got?
Okay, and you
Then-
just change what the jump is.
And then you just change the jump. So they are in there.
But then you have to
Obviously-
worry about what does disto CDOS do? What does RGB DOS do? What does ADOS do? What does ADOS 3 do? What does ADOS 3 extended do?
What happens
Yeah,
next
well,
week?
you know.
Whereas if you actually just made it an actual indirect call like Discon was, who cares? As long as those
Oh.
people line that up correctly, you can update it all you want.
Because at this point, how much control did Tandy have over what
Microsoft was doing?
Microsoft
That's a good
delivered to
question.
them?
Yeah,
Because the 2 disk ROMs were 81 and 82, so that's pretty early on. They might have had some say, I don't know. If Mark was in the chat, I would ask him, but
Well, not to go off too much on this. So with Disk Basic, I've done some of my bizarre copying stuff with custom sector layouts, and Discon works great, but you also have to know where the maximum number of sectors are located, because Discon technically will only access sector 1 through 18. So you have to patch Disk Basic so you can access sector 20, or in the case of high density, sector 40, or invalid
Everyone's
sectors
got
like
that,
some of the
yeah.
copy protection sector 254.
Since you're talking to a 9-year-old over here, what does Discon stand for?
It's a
console.
Yeah, it's the assembly language routine that you call for accessing the disk in out
So to
for
control
reading the
disk?
sectors.
So why is it named what you're calling it instead of IO?
that's what Tandy and Radio Shack and Microsoft called it. It's actually in the manual labeled as such. I'm not sure exactly.
Right.
Obviously, the DSK part means disk. The
And
CON part,
controller? Yeah, who knows?
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, console. Don't know where that comes from, but
Yeah, unfortunately, don't know run. It's what they called it, and unfortunately, when someone names something and it's their product, you kind of go by what they call it. So,
And it's in all their manuals, so that's pretty well what everybody calls it. Otherwise, nobody has a clue what you're talking about.
Well, maybe their sister was named Connie, like mine. We'll just call it Con for her.
Oh, that's why we have a kernel and Commodore has a kernel. It's
Anyway, David, is this going to be some of the type of stuff you'll be discussing on the floppy episode of CoCo Tech that you guys are doing?
There's all kinds of probably random stuff that will be discussed. I'm sure everybody is
So
sitting
let me
on
ask
the edge of the chairs.
David, are we going to have our CoCo set up with a controller and a floppy drive system so that we can follow along?
Well, you're going to have to probably ask Mikey, since he's going to probably be the one that has most of the information. But yes, there'll be Mark. Overholzer. So do we have so will be me, Mikey, and have we confirmed that Paul? Okay. So it'll be 3 of us. So
Right. So can you tell us how to read the drives, the floppies off of this camera?
what kind of floppy drive does it use?
3.5-inch high density. So
Asparagus.
Oh, 3.5. Oh, that won't be
Somebody
a
shut him up.
problem.
Here we go.
Oh
no.
Let's save all the disc talking there for the actual CoCo Tech disc episode, which is coming up when again, Mark?
That one will be the first Tuesday in December. So that will be
December 5th.
Yep, December 5th. Sorry, yep. December 5th.
So for those of you who love floppy talk, and I mean you, David Ladd, that's the show to come check out, December the 5th.
And for all the rest, that's the date you've got to avoid.
Not as much as you had to avoid Neutroid, but pretty close.
Oh, don't worry. We'll be getting our flexing on.
Next up, CoCo Town released his next assembly language episode. Of course, he's the person who's been recreating his, or now modifying and finishing his Moon Patrol clone that he wrote as a teenager and didn't quite finish because he didn't quite learn everything he needed to know yet. And this one, he goes through the VSync and 609 interrupts, how to interface them using the PIAs, because it's a CoCo 1 and 2 game, so no gimme chip here. And he does he lets some mistakes go through. And the favorite one I had in here was how to acknowledge interrupts and what happens when you don't. So when you start triggering a VSync and then you forget to bleed off the interrupt so that it knows it got acknowledged, and then the game gets stuck in a perpetual loop. So it's pretty interesting. But if you want to learn how interrupts are working, and this is usually used for VSync and stuff, and here Nick has been using stuff also for doing background sound in some of his CoCo 1 and 2 games too. So, and of course the gimme, a lot of people use that because you have a programmable timer, which is so handy. Kudos to Mark Siegel for getting that in there.
Is that halt and catch fire one? Is that what that is? You know, like the movie?
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Halt, you know, where
I know the movie.
No, VSync isn't going to give you a halt and catch fire. You're good.
Okay.
No.
I haven't seen the movie, so I'd have no idea what you're referencing there. I know there's a supposed hidden instruction that did that, but
yeah, something. I don't know.
It's about compact, I think.
That's the show report. If you didn't catch the URL from Mikey earlier, this is his summary of the Tandy Assembly Meetup in San Francisco, which he kind of showed on the show. But if you go to our show notes on the Discord, you can actually grab the direct link thing and read it to your heart's content there. And this is the actual video that he put up, which is not the actual live lightning talk that wasn't recorded at the actual Tandy Meetup, but this is his recreation of it with a little bit extra. And you can get that on his Mikey N6IL channel on YouTube. And that's basically kind of a summary of his entire Flex series so far. Tier City Retro Computing did another episode on his Tale Suburbia, which is a game that's coming close to a close. It's kind of a graphical adventure game in suburbia. And in this one, he starts going through figuring out how to save the state of the game and between modules too, because he has multiple, and he's designing it for tape. Personally, I prefer if you change it to disc, but it, whatever floats your boat type thing. So basically, he's going in here and figures out how to do the save state as you progress through the game. And each module will have its own separate save point. So if you're completed module 2, you have to remember to load in the save state for module 2 type thing. I do give him some suggestions in the comments here on YouTube of maybe a few ways you can kind of embed what version you're actually trying to load, so it can check itself and go, nope, that's not the right version. You better pick the right one. But the game's getting close to completion, and he wants to get back to his CoCo Ultimate game, which is an Ultimate style game. Next up here, we got on Facebook the Tiers 80 CoCo page here. Marc Maltais, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And this is a basic program listing. Now, ironically enough, this is actually a basic program listing written by one of our 2 guests in 2 weeks. I believe it's by David McNally, which is kind of a bit of a ghost animation thing he did. And there was a type in up from their magazine, and somebody actually typed it in and fixed it up, got some bugs that worked out, and you can actually download it from the CoCo group on Facebook and give it a shot yourself if you want to see what that is without all the typing. And then Richard Kelly also put up a disk image here on the CoCo group on Facebook. Well, this is Easy Directory version 2.1c. And this is kind of an auto launching program. So it's kind of like a really junior version of the CoCo SDC Explorer. Basically, what it'll do is it'll read a directory, skipping itself. Its own entries are not included in this. And anything else you've got on that disk, it'll then ask, you can kind of go through it with the arrow keys and pick one to run, and it'll automatically launch it. And it's only 18 lines of code in BASIC, so it's a really small little program. So you want to see how to do that kind of thing, how to how to read a directory track and extract information of files, what type of files they are. It's a very short listing, so it's actually a pretty good tutorial kind of how to do that kind of thing too. This was a rather strange one I found quite by accident. Bert Rickles' channel on YouTube, and there's apparently this thing going on between multiple pages on YouTube about reading out the Antarctic Treaty. I don't really know what spawned this, because I only caught this story this morning.
Probably
But
flat earthers.
What's that?
Probably flat earthers.
But anyway, it's trying to come up with different ways of reciting the Antarctic Treaty between the countries about basically having the Antarctic remain neutral. And he decided to go retro with his entry, and he's actually got a CoCo 1 and 2 program, because he grew up with a CoCo 2 when he was young. And he wrote a little basic program that you load in first, and then all the chunks of the text of the actual treaty is saved as a data file. And he turns the audio on in the emulator so that you can actually hear it, so that people who aren't familiar with the CoCo know what it sounded like. And it'll read like a paragraph at a time and display it on the screen and go through it, which I won't do, because I don't think we need to hear the cassette sound again right now at this point, especially after hearing the Spectrum version of Manic Miner's theme song. But it's basically a 10-minute thing where he kind of goes through this. And I made a suggestion. I said, if you want to go all out using the cassette interface on a CoCo 2, you should try doing it the way that some of the old Walt Disney programs did, that Tandy sold, the educational stuff, where you would actually load in the program, then you could display graphics and text, whatever else, but then you'd actually have the auto recording of somebody speaking in the background and just turn motor on, audio on. As long as you time it right along with the tape, then you can actually get it reciting along with the actual text on the screen, which I think would take it even more in the retro CoCo direction. Would be kind of cool. But yeah, I might have to check out some of these other ones, because there's a bunch of other people from other retro computers and modern computers just doing different ways of doing the same thing.
So
And
you
like I said,
asked
I've
him this? Did he try it? Is he going to think about it?
I just commented on this morning before the show, so I haven't had
Oh.
a chance to check to see if he's responded or not. So, but rather interesting take. Now, it was kind of funny because, I mean, he just wrote this like in the last week and created the tape image and everything else for it. And the emulator that he's using, I'll let you guys guess. What version of the CoCo emulators do you think he's using for his thing? Just some random votes from you on the panel.
1.4 VCC.
Okay. Anybody else want to take a guess?
I don't know.
There's a screenshot out there that's kind of like hiding it, so you can't see which one it is.
No.
Yeah.
An old DOS program?
Oh, Vezivar.
You're right, Mark.
That's the one. What was it called?
Jeff Vezivar's or however.
Jeff Avasur's very first CoCo 1 and 2 one. Yep, that's the one he's
that's
using.
it.
I got
whatever
that
that
one.
was called.
So the fact that he picked one from 1991 or 1992 with all the new ones we've got available now, that kind of surprised me. So I'll have to probably send him a second message. I didn't bother mentioning the fact that, there's a lot more emulators that are even more accurate.
But when you're trying to go retro, what would be a better choice?
That's retro.
I guess that's true. If you're running a DOS-based emulator to run a CoCo 2, which is even older yet, yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
Well, VCC doesn't do CoCo 2 or 1, correct?
No, it's a CoCo 3 only one there.
Yeah,
Right.
though this program doesn't use anything that's exclusive to CoCo 1, 2, so it runs fine. But yeah.
But you got XRAW.
Yeah, and MAME.
Mm-hmm.
Or MESS, if you
And
want to pick an
MAME,
older
yeah.
version of it.
There's been a few others over the years, but
Yeah, I mean, there's the one that Robert Galt did. They had the built-in multi-pack with the graphic of the multi-pack slots.
Oh,
I don't know if I ever saw that one, but
yeah, I've seen that.
David Kyle?
What was that, Mark?
David Kyle?
Yeah, that name's familiar.
Yeah, there's a few other ones. Jeff's was the first, and then there was several other ones that came afterwards before.
I did the emulator group on category on Discord, people told me, oh, there's this one and that one. Oh, okay. So yeah, there's Kyle.
Yeah,
and
David Kyle, something like that. That's the one I'm thinking of. Not Robert Galt, sorry. Robert, I think, was involved with testing it, now that I'm remembering.
Well, doesn't DriveWire have graphics of the drives?
Yeah, but that's on
Server.
the PC though.
So
and that's the original version 3 one though. I don't think you have a graphic of that with the Java version or.
Oh, that's right.
or
Yeah, I know if
PyWire.
that's Mikey, pretty sure. I haven't actually seen his run since he last put on the show. So.
okay, so this isn't using the speech sound pack for replaying it. It's like turning the motor on and off, or no?
Well, this case is just text. He created a cassette file, print number -1 type thing, and he stored all the text there.
Oh,
and he
it's
just reads
just
it.
printing. Okay.
Yeah, I suggested he should go back and do the whole multimedia 1982 thing.
Yeah, because I thought maybe it was a speech sound pack thing, and I'm trying to imagine reading and listening to all of that at once. This is probably prevented by the Geneva Convention or something.
Yeah, that would drive me more insane than playing Neutroid. Anyway, it was a cool thing. It happened to pop up when I was doing the search for stories here, and I didn't even know this little challenge thing was going on. So anyway, the link for that particular YouTube video and his description does give us some of it, and plus his whole introduction to this explains what some of the other people have done before him and what the whole challenge of it is, so that you guys can check it out. Next up, George B. Jansen, of course, did our little assembly language beginners series on our show, is now doing his own YouTube version of that too. And we posted about his first one, which is kind of just an introduction to it. And it's going to be CoCo 3 oriented, which is kind of nice because most of the other assembly language tutorials we've been doing have seen, for that matter, from other people have usually been CoCo 1 and 2 type stuff. But in this particular case here, he actually was going to be doing something a bit different on his next episode, which he's currently working on. But then he watched CoCo Tech episode 2, talking about the sprite stuff. And one of the things he'd done a little bit of work on was some software sprites using his own routines. And he said, as a bit of a teaser, he sent me a little MP4 file here showing his little sprite demonstration routine. So I'll play that now.
I'll have to get him on to show his tool off, because I bet it'll work with CoCo 1s and 2s.
He's using text characters here as kind of sprites, and then he has them all kind of fling back to spell out the title.
That's cool.
And there's a sprite editor, and he actually duplicated one of the ones that Paul Fiscarelli showed, the Galaga ship.
The CoCo 3 sprite emulator bothers my eyes.
Shadow.
You need your
So
3D
an
glasses.
alternative take. I don't think it's quite as advanced. Like, it's not doing precompiled sprites. I think these are doing the more generic masking style ones. So it's a bit slower, etc. But it might be a bit easier for a beginning assembly language programmer to kind of get their head around and figure out how it works type thing. So anyway, look forward to that episode. Like he mentioned before, he doesn't have a fixed schedule for his series. It's just when he has time and gets it done. But he's actually working on the next episode now, and hopefully it won't be too long before that comes out. Next up, an update on the Dragon. I can't remember. I think John might have actually been in the chat, so he can chime in here. But basically, he's been working on getting his revision 3 of his Dragon 32 board, which now has extra additions. We mentioned last week that he's has it built in to handle up to 256K of RAM. He's got a little satellite daughter card thing that you can swap between your outputs between PAL and NTSC. So what he was doing, oh, sorry, that's, I'm doing the wrong story. This is John Whitworth, sorry, the one on the screen. I'll get into Julian's in a second here. So John Whitworth, of course, is DragonPlus Electronics. And he had that special we'd mentioned for Halloween where he was actually offering a 5% discount. And he found out from viewers and then checked it out himself. And actually something happened where the WooCommerce update broke that, so none of this stuff was working properly. So as kind of a olive branch, even though it's not his fault, to people that were trying to buy stuff off site, he's going to be extending the Halloween promotion of 5% off until the end of November 19th, UK time, 2023. So you've got some time if you need to order some stuff from him. The new coupon code is HumblePie5, and a minimum order of £20 cannot be used with any sale items. But if you want to get his sprite board, or he's got a bunch of other hardware I can't even remember off the top of my head, but you can go check that out. And the 5% discount has been extended now for another week. So now I'll go over to Julian's, which I was talking about earlier. So basically, this is his Dragon32 reproduction board, but now he's been adding extra functionality to it. The daughter card to switch between PAL and NTSC. Now, earlier in the week, he tried doing the NTSC one. He plugged in the daughter board, and it came out as a bit of a mess. It was really fuzzy and blurry, like far worse than you're seeing on the screen. It was almost unreadable. And there was color crap all over the screen, et cetera. So he's kind of, as he says here in his comment, for the audio listeners here, after much fiddling and faffing, that's a new word for me, the first Rev3 board is working with NTSC, more testing and checking if the various options do to still. Now, he mentioned in a slightly later comment that it's still kind of oversaturating. The artifact colors, this should be the red and blue, but you can see it's kind of bleeding over on the side here and on this side here where it's kind of like going a little bit too far. So he's working on getting that kind of cut down, but at least he's got readable text now, whereas the first version he tried earlier in the week, it was not readable. It was producing a signal, but it was not readable. So, 2 steps forward, 1 step back type thing. But good to see him continuing on that. And then the last, go ahead. Sorry, was that?
Oh, he's just dialing it in.
Yeah. And then the last one that just showed up yesterday or today, I think it was. So you remember we covered a book project over the last year and a half or so by Stephen Goodwin. He was going to do a book called 20 Go to 10, which is basically a whole bunch of retro stuff, a bit more on the UK side because that's where he's from, obviously. But he does cover some other stuff as well. And it was, instead of just being a regular book of the history of retro computing of various machines, which everybody and their dog's been doing, he actually decided to pick numbers, and it would be like, what does this number mean, and what machines does it apply to? So, and he also has a kind of as a choose your own adventure. So if you're reading a particular chapter on a particular subject, you might get some other numbers mentioned that are, the number will then tell you to go to a different page or a different section of the book to read that. He kind of describes it as a choose your own adventure based on numbers. And he went to the Center for Computing History in Cambridge, which is where the Dragon Meetup normally is. And of course, they had to move here because they were doing renovations that were quite ready. But they had a little gathering here for his book launch here near the end of October, so just a few weeks ago. And his book is officially out now if you want to order it. And he gave a tech talk kind of describing creating the book, what his thinking behind of the way he did it, going through the whole editing process back and forth with the open source people that actually are publishing the book. They printed like 600-700 copies that he had autographed and stuff here. Really interesting talk. And I will mention the Dragon gets some pretty prominent mentions and descriptions in here too. Like it also covers other machines like the Jupiter Ace and a few others too, the Spectrum. But the Dragon is actually mentioned pretty prominently in this book. So I think he was pretty impressed with it. So I'm going to play just a little bit of the beginning. It's an hour-long presentation here, but just to give you kind of a feel what it's for, and then you can go check out the Discord notes to get the actual link to watch the whole thing. Well worth a watch. I quite enjoyed this.
Hello. Thank you. As this part of the slide says, my name is Steve. As this part of the slide says, I'm a bit of a geek. If we've all turned up to the correct book launch, this is a little talk about the book 20 Go to 10, Writing Retro. Over the next hour or so, I'm going to be talking a little bit what happened before the book, what was my life like before I started writing this thing. I'll then talk about some of the things I've learned whilst writing the book. That will bring in some things about old computers that will certainly interest the computer geeks amongst us. And then what happens once you've finished writing? Once you put that last full stop on the page, what then happens? So for those that haven't written a book and would like to perhaps write one in the future, this hopefully will stand as a lesson to you to not bother. But before all of that, who am I? What have I done to earn a place on this stage? Or as the slide should normally be called, the ego slide. This is where the speaker brags about themselves for 10 minutes while everyone else fiddles on their phone on Twitter, or X, or whatever it's called these days. So who am I? Well, I'm a software developer. I'm a computer geek. I've always been a geek. I've developed in most fields, on most platforms, from IoT, embedded stuff, education technology, cloud mobile, computer games. If it exists, I've probably had a go at it. I've authored some books on software best practice and very geeky things which have sold to professional software developers. They sold about 4.5 copies each, so I'm happy with that. but they did pay me at least. And I open source advocate. I speak at FOSDEM. I've keynoted FOSDEM and a few other conferences because I stand up in front of people with an idea or something that I want to share. And as obviously I'm a retro computing enthusiast, I have a number of my own machines. I mess around with them, I program them. I programmed the big machine outside, the mega processor that you saw when you came in. And none of that's important. What's important is what's not on that slide. I don't actually work for the museum. I don't work at the university where I'm researching history. Everything I've learned and everything I've studied has been through what I've done, through people I've spoken to, things I've read about, which is a very long-winded way of saying, if I can do this, anyone can. So what are we talking about? Well, before the book, there was...
Yeah, I won't go any more of that. It's definitely worth listening. He gets into some specific retro machines. He reads some excerpts from the book to kind of give you a feel of how the whole quote-unquote choose-your-own-adventure style works on it. But definitely looks like a really worthwhile book. It ended up being a fair bit bigger than the original plan. The original plan was having around 170 pages, and then a whole bunch of people, because he was crowdsourcing Patreon and stuff on there to get suggestions. It ended up being another 40 or 60 pages bigger by the time he was all done from all the suggestions. And it goes through a bit of the history of some stuff. I will mention he's got a general description of the Dragon and the whole Motorola reference design, because, you know, some people were calling it a CoCo clone. Well, they're both clones off the Motorola reference design. He goes a bit into the dongle history. There was a multiple copy protection bits using dongles, and he mentioned specifically buzzard bait on the Dragon as one of those and explains how that worked. So there's a lot of really cool stuff in there, and the book really sounds awesome. So I think I am going to have to pick this book up at some point. And that's it for the news this week.
All right, let's go power up Bob's CoCo.
Not even ready to let any smoke out yet.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
Let's see if I
so
can
how far
fit
have you
in
made
some-
it now since we last talked to you, Bob?
Well, here, I'm going to switch to my desktop and show you my bill of materials list here, so you can see what is
much greenier.
Checked off on the, yeah, all the green stuff is placed.
Now, do you have to buy the you know, the transformer? And
I have a spare transformer.
Yeah, but that's cheating, isn't it?
I can also run it off of DC.
You understand he's got about 17 spare transformers
No.
since he's changed all of his other CoCos to run off of
Oh, so you got to remember, he's the guy that also made one of his CoCos to run off a USB port for
Right,
power.
so he's got lots of spare transformer parts.
I've got a couple of spare transformers, but you can actually still buy AC transformers. They're not out of production yet.
Yeah, but I think what Ron might be getting at is that if you already have a transformer and you're not hand winding your own, like has been done,
That's
is this
exactly
really a legit rebuild?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, by the way, this is a bit of a surprise, but we just got a compliment in the chat here saying, "Good show, guys," from Nick Marotta. Long time no see, Nick. You have to pop on one of these days. At the very least, pop onto the Game On Challenge and show us how to play all these games.
Yeah, but do we have the Nick Marotta sound clip?
There it is.
Yay.
There it
Heck
is.
yeah. Far too long since I've heard that.
Also,
And
I
it's
don't
still
know
kept handy.
I don't know if anybody's seen these two together lately, but this is the Pepper board and the Daiquiri board.
Well, you have Brian now. You don't need those.
Oh, right. He's got boxes.
Yeah, right.
Of course,
And
if,
keys and everything.
Brian's going to charge you $54 for one, I can imagine you might want to use those. Brian, are you there?
No, Brian had to leave earlier. He actually had mentioned that in the chat and Zoom here.
So there's one resistor I'm missing. I don't know why. I have it somewhere. I can't find my power connector.
Okay, well,
or my 18-pin sockets.
You realize,
These
Bob,
two mounting holes.
you're required to pull out your Ohm's law chart and figure out the 7 resistors that will create the 1 resistor you're missing.
Yeah, right.
And wear them in a little fan shape over the top of the board.
Well, it's just what is it, 270 ohm half watt. So
Right. So E201, you should be able to figure that out in just a minute.
I'm looking for here a capacitor.
Or something
That's
stupid you can't find.
That's quite a bit you got done here during the span of the show.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised myself. Probably, I would say 80%.
Let's see your solder roll.
Oh, the empty spool?
Yeah, doggone.
I'm almost at a forced quitting point.
And how much of that went into your hair is my question.
Just fumes.
And how old is that roll? You probably had it for quite a while, I'll bet.
This roll was here at SMU when I started almost 20 years ago. I've been
Wow.
working on it ever since.
He finally killed it off.
That's full on lead in that one, eh?
Hey.
Doesn't everybody have some, spools, a couple of them floating around, you use a little bit and put it away.
Right.
Of course.
Also, is your soldering iron or whatever an oldie too, or is that fairly new?
Yeah, it's an old Weller. Got probably seen plenty of these before. Just the green base with the dial on it that reads out allegedly in Fahrenheit.
Does it have the sponge?
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Does it have a sponge?
It does. I have it here on a little coaster.
Yeah, I got one from Paul Barton. It's
like
a
the steel wool.
turquoise with has a circular spring that you put the.
Mm-hmm.
What it is.
Like that?
Yep.
And just imagine, folks, when he's soldering, all that stuff you see on the sponge is going straight into his lungs. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, God.
Would probably be pretty painful.
Now, this
So I was going to
funny.
ask for the people that are a bit newer to the hardware thing, like Ken, is this something you'd ever think of tackling, or is it still a bit beyond your ability?
Well, I would think about tackling it. Absolutely. I've been thinking about it.
This is easy. This
Pretty
is like
straightforward.
Yeah, it's just I've
This
built
is a good-
lots of boards.
This is
no
a good
engineering.
starting. Yeah. think it's funny.
Desoldering something on is a lot easier than desoldering.
I have a
figure out
I was a sign painter for years, and I'm left-handed, and I have a thumb that's got a short somewhere because it shakes, like I
Right.
don't know if you
Okay.
can see it, but it's shaking. And if I go to solder anything, it's like it's terrible.
it's-
I mean,
I can't even sign my name well.
I'm
It's
pretty
interest-
shaky-handed myself, but I do know, you have to brace your pinky on something just so you can
Right.
hold it stable. If
I
I'm
think-
holding it like this, trying to solder, that ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
You've illustrated the two schools, I guess, of soldering. Do you use the wet sponge or do you use the Brillo pad in a little tin cup?
Brillo
I
pad.
never actually saw the Brillo pads until recently, so I might try getting one of those soon.
Yeah, I was wet sponge for many years, but no, give me the Brillo pad. It works way
Yep.
better.
But doesn't Brillo pad have all that blue soap in it?
No, it's a fancy thing.
I use both myself.
It's just a wire ball that you
Yeah. It's like a
scrape
Brillo-
everything off of your.
I use
solder
none of the
template.
above.
So yeah, you poke into this thing, and all of your solder and crap ends up in the bottom of it.
Let me blow you up here. Hang on.
Okay.
Oh, yep, real good.
So yeah, and instead of that spongy thing that Bob has, which is the old school thing, nowadays you get one of these, and you poke your soldering iron in it, and all the solder crumbs and stuff ends up in the bottom, and then you stump out the cup, and you just keep poking it in here over and over, and
Yeah,
the
you
sponge
can't-
doesn't wear out. You don't have to go get water, and
You don't,
And
you don't recycle all that stuff in the bottom? Make
Then-
yourself some new
Oh, that's how I make my build a splat.
The ones from Heiko have both the sponge and the Brillo pad.
Oh, you
here.
turn it around and you got the pad?
Well, it just has both.
The thing I've noticed is modern soldering irons with the plated tips that they have nowadays, as long as you don't kill that plating, that tip is gold. You never retin anything, you never clean
But you
anything.
don't mean actual gold. You mean the good.
Well, yeah, it's good. Old tips, you had to maintain them and you had to file them and replate them, retin them.
That's why I recommend this stuff called tip tinner. It looks like
Yeah, but you don't even need that anymore. You just get a brand new tip and keep shoving it in one of these things and just go until you're old.
So what's that thing cost you? Like $60 or what?
No, it was like $20 thing, and I've had it for ever.
I like the tip tinner because then especially you can dip the tip and then it stays nice and shiny and it cleans off really easy. You run it through the little Brillo pad. So that's good because you want transfer.
And there's one stuck on my top of my thing because occasionally you do break your immaculate plating, but man. And I think of the struggles I had as a child keeping my soldering iron working.
All right. Well, are we about done for today?
I think so.
I hope so.
Sure.
Time for a wrap.
Okay. Outro. Here we go.
This concludes another episode of the CoCo Nation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCo Nation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCo Nation Show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCo Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCo Nation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
I like the way he says the CoCo show is over. Go home. We don't need you anymore.
Yeah, it's from Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Rob Inman's a very funny guy.
He's great. Yeah. So how many hours do you think you're going to have in this thing based on how far you've gone so far?
Let's see. How many hours was today's show?
4.5.
Okay,
Plus
plus a little before that. So yeah, we'll probably be in the 6 to 8 hours by the time I'm done.
All 8 hour day, you got a CoCo.
So tomorrow afternoon, you'll fire it up?
Not if I can't find the missing parts.
But you have so many CoCo stuff laying around.
I can take them all out of another CoCo.
Sure you could.
But then it's not new. Yeah,
right.
Defeating the purpose.
Well, he's going to put his own power supply from another machine anyway.
Are you honestly going to put the RF modulator in there?
I have to. I mean, it's where did it go?
Well, yeah, but you got to plate
With the
it,
resistor
in the bin.
So you're gonna have to. I guess nickel plate's hard. You could silver plate it. If it doesn't blow up, it's a lot easier to do.
I modified it with its own F connector. I replaced the RCA with F.
Ooh.
I guess it would be kind of redundant putting a composite mod in there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but wouldn't your OCD get to you if you left that spot of the board open after doing everything to fill up the rest of the board?
Well, right. It's not needed. You've already got composite. You've already got RGB. So yeah, RF. No one can do it. We need it.
Well,
no, my upscaler. Come on.
That's where the real-time clock could go.
Yeah.
And the battery.
I also have one of these that I'm.
Couple of AY chips.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, the switch, the power switch and reset switch are not stock. And those are actually still available.
Yeah, the power switches.
I think they're available.
I also have an HDMI
Yeah.
socket for this.
That'd
Well, I
be-
gotta run,
that'd be
guys. I've got
better.
a cat camping out in my room here waiting to get fed. So
Yeah, me too.
What are you going to do
Yeah.
for a case?
All right. You know what? We probably ought to end the stream, huh? What do you think?
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah, I
could do
think
that.
so.
Later, everyone.
All right. Bye.
y'all next
All
week.
right, bye.
It's